PKA 754 with published author Richard Ryan Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, Blue Chew, our wonderful merchandise, and it's also brought to you by Richard's book. You know, we haven't solidified the sponsorship deal yet. I'm sure we'll hammer that out.
Our enthusiasm is hanging by a thread.
Yeah. So, how's the book going? It's fully published. What was the process?
Well, I want to say thank you guys for the contribution, and I had to give you a shout out and the acknowledgments for that, because our back and forth on the Bible verses and everything, you'll have to get it to figure out which one I ended up using.
Oh,
I'll send you a copy. Yeah, I'm at the studio.
He's gonna send us a link on where we can buy it. Turnaround's fair play,
like what we did with Lock and Load guests, where we're like,
no, it's funny, man. I really thought about that this whole, because like I don't want to just be one of those guys just writing a book and going around, hey, buy my book and everything, because I didn't do it for that. And the other part of you is like, well, why not just give it away or make it 99 cents? And so I've kind of been going back and forth on that and everything. And it's funny, one of the processes that I had to go through in this whole kind of digital detoxing phase was introducing friction into my consumption and everything, to set those boundaries and whatnot. And one of those is like really assessing, if I really want something, am I willing to pay for it, or am I willing to go get it? Is there some type of physical barrier? I know that in this day and age, especially with a younger demographic, they don't remember going to Blockbuster Video and getting VHSs and having to physically rewind them and everything. But you think about the tent poles of movies back in the day, like maybe a Jurassic Park or Top Gun or Rambo, going further back, Star Wars and stuff like that. There were these events that pretty much everybody in society kind of experienced in some way, shape, or form. You could even say the radio too, right? Like, but there were cassette tapes and CDs and stuff like that, but there wasn't the instant kind of gratification component of your streaming and being able to access at any moment's notice. When your song came on the radio that you hadn't heard in a while, you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And it's kind of weird now to think about all the areas in life in which are frictionless, and there's been, billions, if not trillions of dollars spent in technological innovation to reduce that friction, be it Amazon with one click and stuff like that, to make you spend your money as quick and as easy and as frictionless as possible. So for me, that was kind of the back and forth and trying to figure it out. So I'll probably do something here in the next week or two before I really start pushing the book, because you guys are kind of like that first go round on it and everything. I'll probably try to do like a 99 cent or something like that, because if people really are wanting this summer to try to figure out ways to establish some type of boundaries in their life and their digital consumption, whatever it is. And again, I don't want to come across as somebody who's trying to grandstand here and say I'm holier than thou, trying to make you forsake all your digital consumption and everything. It's really, for me, as I've gotten older, I've realized by taking and really being a big data guy and looking at screen time on laptop and on my phone and everything, and extrapolating that out over longer periods of time, I'm like, oh shit, I've kind of burned a lot of my life in these things, and I don't really get that much value from. Yeah, I do get to keep in touch, like Instagram. Like I found in the process, I like sending DMs to friends and stuff like that, be it memes and stuff like that. It's a good way for us to communicate, but I don't need to doom scroll. I don't need to get on X and then like realize that 3 hours have gone by in my life. Are
we promoting a book that gets people to stop watching the show?
No, actually. So, and that's the thing.
That's outside now.
That's the thing that I really want to be clear about is like you find the things that provide value in your life. And so hopefully, these conversations that you guys have with guests and stuff like that either provide some type of information or entertainment that people, going to work and stuff like that, they find that value in. But there's a big difference between that and, algorithmically weighting watch time on platform so that videos are intentionally made 15 minutes long instead of 3 minutes worth of value, right? So that it's really trying to figure out those things in your life that are really sucking that away, because I think a lot of people hear that if you're not paying for it, you are the product. And I don't think a whole lot of people out there really internalize what that means, like what the attention economy means when you have an advertising company or a brand over here and a social media platform over here, and their whole goal is to keep you on this thing in as long as they can to serve you as many ads as possible. And everyone seems to think that they're the exception to the rule. Well, I'm cognitively, I'm not weak. I know when I'm being manipulated and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is that the content in and of itself, what's really cool in having this conversation with you guys is because you're all OGs. And so you can really appreciate the evolution of the platform like YouTube, especially like Kyle. Like in the book, I talk about pre-2012, where the real big shift happened, the redesign on YouTube, where it went from a lot of independent creators overnight, Vivo and everything else, and that recommended homepage experience, and just how much influence the platform has in being able to be a kingmaker in a lot of different ways, as well as algorithmically hijacking certain things. Like I had a Reply Girl channel most people didn't know about back in the day, because I'm very much a student of a lot of these different things. I like experimenting with different things, much like I have in artificial intelligence and blockchain and stuff like that. I had a Reply Girl channel back in the day where I would take really busty woman mannequins, and I would do the annoying orange garbage mask around my mouth, and I would do voices for the girls, and I would go on Google search trends, and I would figure out which videos were going to have a higher probability of being on the YouTube homepage, and I would do a reply to them, because the click-through rate on search and related was so high algorithmically. And then you saw this whole kind of world of Reply Girls. And for me, I was like, okay, are they like ripping like my videos and like seeing which one? So I even did tests on that. So I took some videos, and I remember the videos exactly what they were too. It was the BMW car, like invisible car or whatever, where they had cameras on the car that projected the other side of it, so it looked invisible. And it looked like that had the probability to trend, but it didn't. It wasn't getting any traction. And so I did a reply to that just to see if they would copy it. Sure enough, they did. So it was really cool, like doing these experiments just to see algorithmically the different weights that different platforms would put on
what it is
different
now?
products. What is it?
I think the new frontier is these AI videos. So you get what's the new Google one called? It's like Geo or VO or something for free.
Yeah.
Buy that thing. It's $250 a month. Rent it. You can make infinite 8-second clips, and you can create trailers for all the hottest movies. But what you do is you do like Back to the Future 4, or you do Terminator 3, but this time it's like a good Terminator 3. It's Arnold and an old Sarah Connor. You do Alien
Game of
3,
Thrones,
but this time, yes, Alien,
the redneck trailer,
breaking news, and then you do like Kit Haring, you do all their names signed on Game of Thrones reboot, and then it's just you can create that and just farm millions and millions of views.
So that's one of the things, and we have plenty of time to get into the nitty gritty of it. But so for the last 2 years, when Stable Diffusion XL came out, I started a couple hundred social media accounts, varying from in ethnicity, sex, age, all these different things, and trying to create as hyper realistic images as possible with the illusion that they were real people. And over the last year or so, they've gotten a lot of traction, some of them hundreds of thousands of followers. And the idea was not to create something that was too provocative, where it would be obvious that they were somebody creating AI stuff. They're meant to be really tame, like Girl Next Door or something like that, just somebody living their life. But we're able to keep up with the frequency of all the need for posting regularly in stories and your feed and stuff like that. And now they've got a whole lot of traction. So it brings me to this other different thing where I'm sampling the AI detection systems on the different platforms and trying to figure out, okay, you have Flux, Stable Diffusion, ChatGPT, and all these other different ones with Sora that you're able to create images or video. What tools are they incorporating for watermarking or allowing platforms to know that it was created on their service, so that they're able to throttle or detect in some way, shape, or form fake news or whatever it is?
What percentage of the accounts you made did get caught in like a sweep where it was like, oh, clearly AI banned?
That's tough, because there's a number of variables that it's hard to take into account for, because that was another reason for not going provocative with a lot of them, was that you don't want people to flag it, because flagging will escalate whatever that is. But right now, your obvious ones, I think there is definitely something to be said, and it's probably because OpenAI stuff's not as photorealistic as some of the other ones. Like Flux is a really good diffusion model for images and stuff like that. But Pika with video, and there's so many out there. The evolution of this, though, and inevitably, like I'm a big individual rights absolutist, which is kind of interesting, going from that hardcore libertarian perspective of capitalism and everything to the last few years. I feel like we're getting close to the point where you could break capitalism with a handful of companies that just, as an example, OpenAI and some of these other companies are under legal scrutiny for scraping the known internet to train their models. And so we need to have these conversations about, if a company takes and creates a product that leverages a user either with their consent or not, but uses their information, their IP or whatever against them, what happens when you start displacing those people in their jobs based off of training the product with their information? It's like it's kind of screwed up. And so
probably not a good answer to that yet. Like, tamp down on the AI companies.
Well, so when you get into the humanoid robotics component, be it with Figure or Optimus and stuff like that, if you're able to take and leverage a worker's, I guess technically it's not their IP, but it could be if they're using these things. We have to have these real conversations about, is Google a monopoly? I think for most people, executives and stuff, like, oh no, or politicians, no, they're not. Whatever. Every consumer, you're like, fuck yeah, they're a monopoly. Like, they have the number one and the number two search engine out there, Google search and then YouTube. And when you look at things that, I'm very passionate. Had I had a little bit more notice, I would have had a free FPS Russia shirt on today or something, because I feel like there's certain
you should sell this.
right, there's some issues with platforms taking a political stand for something that is an individual's right, especially within the U.S., be it constitutional right to free speech or right to bear arms. And, if COVID showed us anything, and like the suppression of someone's voice or through algorithmic whatever to firearms and not allowing content creators to monetize it, you de-weight those algorithmically in search and reward. You make them taboo from a society perspective, and it it has an impact, I think, long term on the youth and what's acceptable growing up and everything. So for me, I felt compelled, like if I were to look back, and some of these thought exercises that I do in the book were meant to make me, I don't know, question things, maybe a future version of myself. What would I do differently if I had the ability to be in the now? Because you have all these old people in life that are willing to spend, thousands, if not millions of dollars to try to reverse the clock. And like, what would you, give to be, 25 years old, or if you're 80 years old, what would you give to be 30 years old?
And, like that one guy who like uses his son as a blood boy.
Oh, Brian Johnson.
There's nothing weird about that.
Yeah.
No, that's totally fine. That's totally normal. I mean,
but
I'm
people
sure the son's offering the blood for free. Like it's, he loves.
I don't think he's draining him all the time. I think it was. I think they were. I think they're getting clicks and headlines for that, and I think he's backed off on some of that stuff too. Some of the weird stuff.
He started looking vampiric.
He admitted that, like, I think I'm actually aging myself with all the vampire shit. It turns out. I like the idea of sleeping in the hyperbaric chamber. That just makes sense.
I mean, oxygen's great. I mean, historically speaking, you look at the
Don't wake up drunk and try to light a smoke, though. That'd be a rough one. That makes sense. And I mean, maybe even, injecting your son's blood plasma makes sense. But that's just a weird dude. They track each other's fucking erections and post the results on Twitter. And it's like, I don't even know when my dad's hard.
Well,
he's like, check out my boner data. I'm in the top 2% of 19-year-olds, and it's like, what? Do you have a warehouse full of 19-year-old hard dicks you're testing?
Let's talk about the warehouse. There is no warehouse.
Talk about the warehouse. Hey, what warehouse?
It's
Bring
funny.
my blood boy. I'm lightheaded.
A lot of these things that I ended up going through in the kind of process and this existential crisis that I had and trying to figure stuff out. Fortunately for most people, a lot of it's free. And one of the questions I pose is, what do you think one of the most researched statistics out there is? It's fairly obvious in hindsight, but it's the placebo effect. Because it has to be factored in most studies, right? And it goes to show you your brain's ability to impact things in a meaningful way on your body and its physical state. So I actually, people, a lot of the people who have the Whoop sponsors out there are going to hate this and everything, but I canceled my Whoop membership after like 7 years. It's a fitness tracker, and I kind of understand now the things that move my fitness and my health, like hydration and stuff like that. But the placebo effect is real and it's strong. So for me, I don't need a bunch of data in my life, in my face, day to day, impacting. Oh shit, I drank last night. Yeah, I know I drank last night. Yeah, I should probably drink a little more water today and get some sleep. I don't need to see that I'm in the red and then the rest of my day is like, well, I need to take it easy. No, like just gut check myself and everything.
I like a smartwatch that tracks, basic shit, but
same.
Hydrated. Like I got my hydration on point. If I drink a beer, it's because I wanted a beer, you piece of shit. Don't need you nagging me. And nagging watch is the worst thing I can imagine. I don't need that in my life.
A watch nagging me because it's like, do you really need another chicken wing? Like, yes, I'm taking this off. You don't have to know what I'm up to.
Maybe a light beer.
So the for me, like the premise, I'll just show you guys because I just got these in today. That's the book.
Very nice. I liked it.
But it's a play on the adage that it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener on a battlefield. Yeah. And the garden really being
Who said that?
What's that?
Whose quote is that?
I think that is unattributed.
That sounds like a Sun Tzu one.
I was going to guess that too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Of all the ancient Chinese, masters of war, he was just kind of the one I serendipitously landed on. There's
a ton of really good ones. Ton of really good ones. I couldn't find the
only one is a good publicist.
Yeah. Jing Huang, Master Bing,
Captain Lee,
Lieutenant
Musashi,
Ping.
Okay. Yeah. Zach says it's Musashi. Well,
very nice. I like it. He's got such a cool fucking story. I watched this YouTube documentary that was like 4 hours long about Miyamoto Musashi. He conquered Japan, took it under one flag.
At first, I thought Kyle was just pretending to know ancient Asian warlords like Taylor and I.
No, that guy's a badass. that guy was an actual badass. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems pretty cool.
Another one I like.
Wait, is he the one that won the duel with the wooden sword?
Says he was undefeated in his 62 duels.
Okay, this is a different guy than the guy I thought it was, but I also know this guy. This guy would do the kind of stuff that you see in samurai movies. He'd like go into a town and be challenged by some punk from the local samurai training school. And he'd be like, I don't really want that heat. And they're like, no, for honor demands. And he'd fucking kill him. And all of a sudden, like the next best guy from the school would show up and be like, you got to fight me now. And he's like, you know what? Where's your school? I'll just go there. And he'll kill them all. He'll go to their school and defeat anyone who will fight him. And they'll set up ambushes. He was notorious for showing up late to make his opponents mad. It's very honorable type combat when one samurai is coming to fight another samurai. The seconds are waiting. You're sitting there meditating under a fucking tree, and he's 6 hours late. This guy's got CP time, and then so when he shows up, they're furious, and it throws them off balance. Fucking cuts him in half. Well, and everybody started to understand that. So they kind of got one step ahead of him, but no, he's 2 steps ahead. The next time he's got a challenge,
he's 7 hours late.
Early this time. He showed up 7 hours early. Climbs up in a tree and he's watching. And he's like, these motherfuckers don't want to fight. They're setting up an ambush. And he just jumps out of the tree and kills them all. He gets challenged by he was 6 feet tall, by the way, in 1200 Japan, which is a giant among men. He gets challenged by by another actual big guy. Finally, a heavyweight has challenged him. Come to this island. We're waiting, pussy. And he's like, all right, I'll be at the island at noon. Well, 6 or 7 p.m. rolls around, and here comes Miyamoto Musashi's boat being rowed by another guy. He spent the time sailing over, carving one of the boat oars into a handmade sword that's enormous. Because his opponent has a special fighting style. He doesn't use a katana. He uses a big katana. I don't remember the name for it because I'm not fucking Japanese. A great katana, sure.
Yes.
Two-handed katana. And everybody knows this guy he's got extra reach with it. His fighting style is built around the heavy extra reach. He's built for that sword. And Miyamoto Musashi shows up, and they converge on each other, sprint up. First, the other guy throws his scabbard into the ocean in a rage because Miyamoto Musashi is so late, cursing his name for being dishonorable, showing up late to this honorable traditional battle. His seconds are over there. They're mad too. How dare you show up late? My master's been waiting. We've been waiting. And he throws.
They should have known by now.
And Musashi says something like, "A samurai who discards his scabbard doesn't intend to ever seat his sword. You have lost already." And so they rush each other, and in one motion they both swing. Musashi's headband is sliced off because the sword blade almost hits his head. He conks the other guy in the head so hard he kills him with the wooden fucking sword. One strike, dead. Everybody's pissed off. They're on an island. He looks at the fisherman that like paddled him over, and he's like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." Hops in the boat and leaves. He never lost a fight. I think he died of old age.
Well, 61. So now
this is amazing, but is it true? Because I might steal these stories as my own.
It is true. It is the tale of Woody the Great. Yes.
I want somebody to take AI, like go to Pika or Sora, and just take and make that entire clip for Kyle and post it to social media.
Yes, I want to see the battle with the oars.
Yeah.
Some of that does seem like,
but with Woody, use Woody's face. Woody's giving consent to use his likeness, and make Woody as a samurai go through that entire story.
Yeah, and give him the eyes. Give him the eyes too. Yeah, that seems almost more like a teaching or like a parable. Like I would believe you if you said it was true, but it's like, how many times can you fool someone by showing up either 6 hours later?
He didn't have the internet. Okay, every time you did a thing like that, and those times everybody's minds were blown because nobody ever seen it. Like information didn't propagate, and he'd usually kill the people he did it to. So okay,
so he was just bad. He seems so close to just being a bully. Just going around fucking people up, being like, "I defy you. I just killed your strongest swordsman," and they're like, "All right, what do we do next? Send the second strongest guy out? This is like a reverse video game. You're gonna get fucked up even worse than that other guy. Like, what are we gonna do?"
He was a Ronin. He was a samurai without a master. His stepfather was abusive, kicked him out when he was like 12. He won his first duel at like 12 or 13. Like he killed a man with a sword in a sword fight. Is that what
Ronin means?
12 or 13. No, a Ronin is a masterless samurai.
Interesting. I didn't know that. That's
sort of a freelance. Freelance dates back to knights without masters who are a freelance. His primary weapon is the lance, so it's up for bidding to the highest bidder. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. R.I.P. to Musashi. I'm trying to.
Right, I
look
got
at-
another banger for you. Is time is the only currency that you spend without ever knowing your balance.
Oh, very true.
Let not be perfect, be the
Oh.
good. That is my favorite. That one is Voltaire.
I prefer it being an Asian guy for some reason.
Okay.
I want that some of that wisdom of the Orient.
That's just your anti-French propaganda.
Jesus Christ. Is that me?
So good. Yes.
Oh,
So good.
It even made me more Asian.
Turn him into Keanu Reeves. Nice.
It's going to be great.
Those outfits make me look
Yeah.
fat. Do something about it.
Better armor, light armor next time.
It's going to be great. There's going to be a full on like series of videos of Woody going on this
Jesus Christ,
journey.
how did I get into this?
I'm trying to
Love
look
it.
just out of the corner of my eye, learn more about this guy. But this is, sometimes you go to a Wikipedia page for someone and you're like, damn, I thought this person did more. And then other times the opposite. Like this is what I would, in my head, I'd be like, yeah, this is a nice 2-paragraph wiki. No, there's pages about this guy. So
Nice.
maybe there's,
the
maybe there's
opposite
more
of
truth
Henry
to
There's
that.
primary
He
sources to support
over-delivers.
his life story.
When was the time frame?
He late 1500s to 1584 to 1645 was his lifespan.
Nice.
It does not say his height on here, but
We
if you
already
were
know
6 foot in
It was
like
supposed.
Japan,
I've always read.
that's big in Japan now.
Yes, it would be big in Japan now. Yeah, I've always read 6 feet about him, and that was a lot of the great leaders. When you look back, it's like, whoa, he was 6'2". I think Washington was 6'2", like George Washington.
Washington was a big boy, but then other times you'll look it up and be like, really, Stalin was that little of a fella?
Yeah, well, he was a master of
doesn't
propaganda, right? So
Yeah.
he's airbrushing himself taller.
Yeah.
Like it's so funny.
He was doing a lot of Gandalf the Grey angles in those.
Oh, yeah,
he
of course.
was standing in front of people.
Yeah, he was the OG of airbrushing. They would like literally paint people out of photographs with paint. Like he would be standing there with 3 people, and like over the years, like 3 years later, these were his 3 like guys, his close inner circle. But then he killed that one, so they just paint him out. Then they see the next production of the photo. He killed this one now, so paint him out. By the end, he's standing there alone.
Yeah, just take a new picture
it's
at
just
that
him
point.
with his arms around nobody, like smiling on the beach. He's killed everybody around.
Yeah,
him.
they're like overlooking a river, and he must have loved that picture so much. He's like, no, we're not taking a fresh one.
He was very pockmarked. He had smallpox as a kid and almost died
Shit.
from it, and so he was terribly scarred in the face. Oh, you've probably never seen a photo of what Stalin actually looked like his face texture.
Right.
It says he was 5'5" or 5'6".
5'5".
They don't know.
Kim Jong, I think it's Kim Jong Il. No, or Il Sung, like the grandfather, the one before Il. He had an enormous tumor on the back of his head, like kind of off center, like kind of behind one of his ears, and it was like a crime punishable by death to photograph that huge lump on the back of his head. There are very few photos of that thing. It's gross though. It looks like some Lord of the Rings Mordor shit
Incurable?
grew on
It
him.
seems like it'd be easy to fix a tumor on the outside of your skull.
Yeah, you just fly to France to like get it done, but I don't know. I know that he had it. I don't know if he ever got it taken off.
Yeah, I have seen the picture of him with some American diplomat, where I guess an American photographer didn't get the memo. Yeah, he's got a big, and the hair isn't even growing on it. That could have helped shroud it.
Oh, he shaved it.
Bad luck.
He
He
bald.
shaved it.
Yeah, he likes to rub it for good luck.
Ooh.
Like you be playing dice with this guy, you fucking rub that thing for good luck.
Wonder what,
What
it
was
feels like.
what was the thing from Total Recall? The thing that they had coming out
Quaddle.
there? Yeah, Quados.
Yeah, that's what he had back of his neck. Yeah, but that's so awesome to be so powerful that you're like, no one can notice I'm ugly.
No
No
one. They can't notice it, and if they do, they dare not speak it into.
Oh,
reality.
and were you about to say the dear leader Taylor has gained some weight? No, you weren't. Executed. No, you weren't. Face the wall. I'm svelte as ever. I'm not having friends removed like Stalin. I'm having like my head photoshopped on Arnold's body. It's really bad Photoshop because my empire is not very technologically advanced, but I'm an iron fist ruler.
Well, they also
Gotta think
incentivize
about
you to rat, right? So, like, if anybody says anything, they incentivize people to tell on other people.
The big thing is the collective punishment. If I escape the border to China, they imprison / kill my whole family. Like 2 generations up and 2 generations down. Like they get everybody. They round them all up and send them to one of those disappear camps they've got, which might have better food. I don't know. That place seems super scary. The fact that they're a nuclear power. I saw him the other day christening their new destroyer, and they fucked
a
it
drone
up.
boat?
Is it not very
It's
good?
like 100-ton destroyer, but the problem was when they launched it, they had to launch it sideways. And you've probably seen boats get launched out of dry dock, and they do that scary splash, and then they right themselves. This one just drug its side along the ground, ripping its hull open, and then stayed on its side in the shallow water. If you look at the SAT images, they've covered the whole thing up with blue plastic. Kim is calling it criminal negligence and saying people are going to pay.
I bet the guy in charge of pushing that in the water is already dead.
Yeah, it's a big boat.
Wild.
That's embarrassing. Like how excited he was about that
there
ship.
were pyrotechnics and fireworks. Like there was like red carpet.
He was up all night. He was so excited.
Cool.
And
it looked like an American battleship. Like I saw pictures of it in the water.
Looks modern
on its side. Say that again.
It looks modern.
Yeah, it looks well. I just expected a North Korean naval ship to be like a converted fishing ship, some cargo ship, or like it looked a little dated. No, it's like they had an artist build a non-functional battleship that looked like one of ours, and then it immediately sank.
I think their subs are all diesel subs. I think their subs are the green subs because of the algae in that area. Yeah.
What do you mean by green subs?
They paint them green.
Oh.
They're not like good for the environment.
I was like,
yeah.
They're
the worst.
Algae? Like it's obviously salt water, huh?
Some sort of something like or plankton or whatever. Probably not algae. Probably some sort of phytoplankton or something that makes the water in that area green, and so they paint them green. Look at that.
Oh, interesting.
Huh. Okay.
So they're like generations behind on subs.
Oh yeah.
Like
Well, I mean, we're falling behind in subs. Like,
are we?
We need more. We're behind. We're behind in the Navy at this point with like tons of ships in the water. I think. I mean, not total, but like China has way more dry dock capacity than we do. If there was a conflict and they sunk, if there was a sustained war, it might look ugly right now. I don't know about Trump's military budget spending. I know he's wanting a ton. He's wanting a ton of money spent. I just don't know if it's spent in the right places for the second half of the 21st century.
I don't know what the right places are.
Seem like it.
Drone warfare, I feel like, is going to be a big one, both defensive and offensive. Like drone deterrence, doing something about the carbon or the fiber optic drones. You know, there's nothing for that other than kinetic systems, right? The jamming doesn't work. There's a microwave system that maybe Israel or France has that seems like it would work, but
Androl has some EMP stuff that they've some focused EMP stuff that they're. I don't know.
I don't remember what country it was in World War II, or maybe it was World War I. Like maybe the Polish had like a cavalry charge at Germans or something like that in World War I, and it was like a definitive moment where it was like, oh, this is over. Like this isn't what we do anymore. This hussar thing we've been doing for centuries, for millennia. No, horses are getting retired. Do you think that could happen with like modern Navy fights? Like next time we have a big global fight, do we like send out a bunch of proud destroyers only to watch a bunch of drones destroy them and be like, okay, well, we've all leveled up past that part of the tech tree. It's time to find the new thing.
Everyone tells me I'm wrong on that. I had this idea that Death Stars are bad, swarms are good, right? And America's so proud of its Death Stars, whether they be aircraft carriers. I know they're a little swarmy, but work with me. Or whatever it is. Like, we're not doing cheap swarm stuff. We do F-35s. And I'm just not sure it's the right direction. But what do I know?
No, I mean, at least we're having a conversation, right? I think the big concern was really brought to light with the Houthis when they would, they would shoot like a rocket, that cost a few thousand, if not tens of thousands of dollars. And then our response would be a multi-million-dollar Tomahawk cruise missile. And when you're spending that much money on these different things, like you say, your destroyers, your Death Stars become big targets. So if you're able to use like a inexpensive, swarm tech. The big value proposition at this point that I don't think a lot of people, well, maybe some are, but cybercomms probably more so than anything, is the vulnerabilities around code. So much of our life is connected in so many different ways. I mean, fucking mattress has a software subscription, right? Like everything has a software component to it, devices and stuff like that. That's why I honestly, if and again, I'm still trying to figure out this whole book thing. The first one really more so than anything was meant to kind of help individuals, because I think a lot of our mutual friends focus on their fitness, firearms proficiency, and stuff like that. But a lot of people aren't thinking about the cognitive atrophy and manipulation that's going on out there. And so if you can kind of shore up these vulnerabilities, have at it. I think more people should have those conversations. But the next thing, if I were to do something, would probably be around cyber warfare, and like the individual's responsibilities around, shoring up vulnerabilities within their homes and the things that they do. Like a good example would be a VLAN. Most people hear VPNs and stuff like that. And while it is great to encrypt your information through your internet service provider and stuff like that, for whatever reasons, I think that, when your Roomba, your dishwasher, all these other different things manufactured and who knows where has some type of code running on your network, having it, like the exploit here recently on Bluetooth and AirDrop on the iPhone, and potential worming capabilities and being able to infect everybody on the entire network. It's like it's pretty insane. It's pretty you scary.
Like lose internet and then you can't change your thermostat settings anymore.
It's wild.
Like, this added a failure point that kind of just makes this more annoying than it was.
But there's so much information out there. And again, like, not to beat the dead horse about the book, but like, I'm standing on shoulders of giants, and the research that did, like Dr. Anna Lemke around the dopaminergic system and stuff like that. All these people, these researchers who did studies on alcoholism to pornography to gambling and stuff like that. The average person doesn't have time to distill all that information down to find the signal and the noise. And I'd argue technology is arguably way more complicated, orders of magnitude in so many different ways. Like the average person, when you tell them about setting up a VLAN on their home network, their eyes just gloss over. So there's a lot of things out there. Like, the coin.
Most people don't even intrinsically like see a value in it because they haven't, they're busy paying bills and day-to-day stuff. And so it hasn't even entered their mind. Like when they're doom scrolling, they're just like, they get to the point that it's like boring on social media, on Instagram or Twitter. And then they're like, I guess that's enough for the day. They don't
that's really frustrating for me, because I totally understand it. I hear that argument so many times when it comes to privacy, speech, and so many different things. But the really frustrating thing is when it comes from somebody in the 2A community who is staunch. They're very opinionated about, like, we have to protect the right to bear arms. Like, we're not given an inch and, on any of this, but then they'll go give all of their data to people for free. They'll sign up for everything because they're trading convenience or trading security for convenience. And it's like, well, no, like if you really feel that about an individual's rights, you should figure out what these other things are that you're giving up from a security standpoint for convenience. And I think that's the conversations a lot more people should have as we edge into this artificial intelligence and humanoid robotic world that's
can't wait
coming. Yeah, you have to be more cognizant. I can tell when I've been doom scrolling that, because I get served, or at least if I like scroll Twitter too long, my entire feed just becomes like the least helpful life hacks you could imagine.
Like what?
From the third world, where it's some guy in India sitting there with like a rusty pipe and then like a plastic bottle, and it's like an AI voice commentating where it's like, use the bottle on the blade, pull quick, it will create a useful string that can be used for tasks. Use this next time you are in need of twine, or like just like some stupid thing. And it's like, I saw like a guy who was like trying to give a tip on how to put a new outlet in a wall, except it was like clearly on like the side of a burnt out building in like South Sudan. And so like the wall itself is shattered. There's no interconnectivity. And it's like, use a board to ensure right angles perpendicular to walls. And like, it doesn't quite make sense what they're saying. And it's not helpful at all.
Yeah,
and I'll like watch a couple minutes of that and be like, I can't believe I just spent 2 minutes of my life just watching this, but I'm watching it just baffled. Like indignant at like this is content. Who are the 40,000 people who liked this? There must be more bots than ever on social media.
That's how I distinguish good content from bad. It's not the length of or the amount of time that you've wasted. It's whether you regret wasting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it can be fun to watch stupid nonsense, but yeah,
you can go through the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy. Bust is that 14 hours? Maybe is that a good estimate?
Like nine and a half or so.
Are you watching the extended edition?
Extended edition, probably 10 and a half.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Have you seen this?
But you can watch that and be like, that was amazing. This was the best day I've had. I've never been more high and hungry and enjoying this content. Or you could doom scroll for that 10 and a half hours and be like, I ruined my day. I wish I could try again.
Yeah, you'll just sometimes see things, especially like war footage or just like generally negative, divisive things that don't have anything to do with you directly. And it's like, oh man, was it healthy for me to like just mindlessly scroll past like two people exploding and then like seeing a hockey highlight and then seeing like someone calling for violence openly about like some political shit. And it's just like, this is so, and then some guy in Bangladesh teaching me how to, that if I want to use soap in the wilderness, I don't just take off soap shavings. I remove everything in a syringe, so it's just the plastic tube, and then I insert it through the whole bar of soap so that it creates a tube of soap, and then I cut that into small things. That's a literal life hack one I saw from Africa. It didn't make any sense. It was like
so stupid.
Even the comments on that one were like, "You already had the soap, man. Like, what are you doing here?"
What you're describing is DIY. That's a whole subreddit and a whole category of fun brain rot. It's DIY. They do something. They go through this whole rigmarole of like ruining everything and making it extra complicated. And in the end, it was like, or just buy a glass, or just buy a cup. Or
if people aren't familiar with this, DIY is DIWHY. Like, why would you do this? And like Kyle said, it's just terrible things, often involving a lot of glue guns that just make garbage crafts.
Glue guns like 3D printers.
Yeah,
I saw one that was
printers, or they just put together like popsicle sticks and papers and shit. And at the end, you're like, this is just garbage. Like, this is so much worse than any other coaster I've ever seen.
Well, yeah, they do it with cinema stuff too, right? Like guys will do behind the scenes of making a video, and they like do this really elaborate like production, and they're like using an iPhone to do it, and they're like being pulled around on a skateboard and all this other stuff, and it's raining, and then they go, and here's the final result, and it's just them with a selfie cam on them and not actually filming something, and it's just their face the entire time. Like, I got duped.
Like I saw one this is like, I don't know, Thailand or something, and it was like for old hangers. Videos. Many uses for old hangers include posture fix, and like it's a little kid sitting in a chair, like leaning, I guess, too far forward. It seemed like an appropriate amount for a child to lean forward to write, and then this adult just like takes the hook of a hanger and puts it in the loop that's on their back, and then puts the other side of the hanger around the back of the chair. And so now like the child is like uncomfortably propped up, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, no effort at all. That was the life hack from this guy in Thailand. Use hanger to fix child posture, and then
we watched very different Thailand videos. I take it back.
Yeah, life hack for Thailand: pretend to be a girl and have sex for money.
Richard was a leader in that field. He pretended to be a reply girl before trans was a thing.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah, it was pre-trans.
Horrible female voice. Horrible. I'd be like, "Hey guys, what's going on, sexy woman in here?"
Ooh, maybe she's Eastern European. No, that's a dude. Fuck. Yeah. I remember seeing those in the sidebar of Kyle's videos often. When I would watch like a Kyle shotgun video, the one suggested would be like a girl who looked like she was being held at gunpoint. Couldn't have had less of an interest in what Kyle was doing, but just this gigantic, beefy knockers almost nip out. And so I would almost always, they got me too. I'd finish the Kyle video. I'd click over. I'd take a little look.
I remember when Kyle was first going super viral, right? Like early FPS Russia. And he's like, dude, it's amazing. This is what happens. I get like 1 or 2 million views on this new video, but the second newest video is getting like another 200,000 views. It got a boost because people liked my current one. And 200,000 views on a video back then is worth like $400 or $500. That's a good estimate, we think. Yeah. And so these reply girls were in a way trying to get that $400 or $500 when, at least emotionally for me, that's rightfully Kyle's. That should have gone to Kyle's other banger video, getting a second life, instead of some, booby chick. But
no, that's totally true.
It's interesting.
You're selling milkshakes in the parking lot of my burger joint because it's hopping, and I'm getting pissed. And I tried to fuck her, and that didn't work out either. So I was more pissed. I was like, "Notice you reply to me a lot. I got a thing or two to say about that." And she didn't think that was funny. She didn't get the joke, and it didn't
help me. I am in Ukrainian shipping container.
And they got to go. They just live in Poland, and fuck.
Yeah, there was one from South America. There was one that was American. It's interesting because you see these. It's really funny. They're like like Charlie James, 1975 or whatever. She was like the original fitness chick on the internet, like before Instagram had the thoughts out there and everything. She was the fitness person doing the provocative.
Fit, right? Like just perfect.
Oh, insanely fit. And but all of her videos were extremely provocative and angles and stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
And then you think about like those reply girls and stuff, like they kind of predated the OnlyFans managers and stuff, because they clearly had some type of management, be it boyfriends or whatever, because I found out relatively quick, and because I know they weren't sophisticated enough to do the types of bot attacks that they were doing. So they would do everything from flagging to dislikes and stuff like that.
Oh, never got botted. That's me.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember Heat Check? I think that was his name. It's something close to that. The
Tell me
right-haired
more.
guy. He made really, really bad videos. They were mostly yo mama jokes and not even remotely funny, with animated in the background. However, he had this network that people opted into that he was able to control what those channels did. So he made a video, and I can't overemphasize enough how bad the videos were. They were never content that you would like willingly like go viral or like build a following, but he would be able to get thousands of favorites on his own videos by controlling this network of channels. And that would put him on the YouTube front page, which is a way to get there at the time. So everything he did got millions of views, and it was all really low effort stuff. He basically found a money printing machine until YouTube stopped it.
Yeah, YouTube's really good about finding those outliers who are optimizing for very specific algorithmic exploits. I think the click-through rate was a good example. A favorite one is definitely one. For a period of time, there would be, I call them bot farms, but they would take iPhones in various countries, and they would just stack up walls, and they would sync them together and everything, because you wanted to get the unique identifiers from each device, because that's the way YouTube was authenticating. That's another really fascinating thing that a lot of newer people aren't familiar with, was the platform wars between Vine, Facebook, YouTube, and everything else. And a lot of people thought that YouTube would be one of the ones that would fall behind because they had such a rigorous authentication mechanism in place for validating what a view was. Whereas Facebook, when they brought video to their feed, they had a very weak authentication mechanism. So if you would upload to YouTube, you might get, say, 200 100,000 views, you upload to Facebook, you get 20 million views. And like brands were like, oh, wow, I got all these views. And like, no, there's no conversion. There's no retention or anything like that. Now, that's not to say that Facebook ads is a completely different thing. It's probably changed the game in so many different ways. So many different brands rely on that more than Google. But it was just an interesting observation seeing how they authenticated stuff. And YouTube, to their credit, has really, like, their engineering team, if they do anything well, it's they find those outliers who are exploiting the system, and they realign those weights in the algorithm for it.
Have you seen this prompt video? It's using the Google VO, and the one I sent is like a big compilation of it. But the one I saw earlier, everyone in it is distressed. They're like, a prompt made me old and sick. Why couldn't you have asked for me to live happy? Why do you want this? And then it cuts to the next one, and the guy's just like, why do you want me to suffer? Why couldn't you put me somewhere good? And it's like, this seems real. This is so close to convincing. Some of them you really can't tell. And with vehicles, when I see vehicles that come out of this Geo thing, I want to call it the right thing. I keep fucking it up. VO. Yeah. The vehicle physics and like creation look real. It's like, okay, that's just a real car. It looks like a movie.
Oh yeah. Did you see how many people got fooled? Like maybe today and yesterday, like on social media, people are getting like, I'd never seen an AI video where the majority of people were all in falling for it. It's like a fake video of a kangaroo at an airport. And it's like the whole like lead up is like, oh, this woman's emotional support kangaroo wasn't allowed at the airport. And like, it's a very good AI video, but if you kind of have a decent eye for it, immediately it's like, okay, this looks good, but this is obviously fake. Their hands don't move correctly. I can't hear you.
Oh, that's so fake.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here's a link.
Yeah.
All right. So this isn't. It's important to remember that every day it's getting better, and also there's all the different ones. There's so many different AI video creators and photo creators. Whatever that is not one of the better ones. Now, when it's shown a little fuzzy like this in a small window, in a smaller window, maybe, but no, that's clearly not real. It's holding a boarding pass.
A lot of people.
I mean, if that doesn't get you to wake up, then
dude,
it's good.
I'm not as good at this. I'm so boomer at this. And Taylor's really good at it. And the contrast between he and I is concerning to me. Did you see the one by chance of the girl getting street interviewed? Some guy asked her a question and she responds with a bunch of nonsense.
She had too many fingers.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, but shucks. I wish
if you can find the video, Kyle. Or what would I even search to find it?
It fooled a ton of people. Okay. And one guy said that, like, I guess there are people walking past the interview subject that never emerge on the other side, and they caught that. But it's a pretty busy, like, nighttime street scene, and it's easy to miss. And I was like, I wonder if Taylor sees this. I don't know. I fall for these too much, and
that's a good thing, though. I like it. But it's going to put.
We're all going to be falling for them, like
in a year. We'll be falling for them in a year. I saw Red Letter Media talking about exactly this today, and they were talking about those infomercials you watch on standard TV where. They'll be like, call the law offices of J&J, the strong arm, J&J. And you've got like B-roll of an old lady answering a phone or dialing a phone, in the background. All those actors are out of business. That whole production crew's out of business. Because if you just need like a little B-roll of an old person dialing a number for your commercial or someone happy that they just received a gift, like you never need to hire a person again because AI does that masterfully.
Yeah. Why would you need a stock actor to like, hold his stomach for an antacid commercial?
I mean, I want an AI generated RPG. I want the whole thing to be procedurally generated, and I want all the characters to just be one of these voice models.
If I could jump in, when Zach plays the one I just linked, Taylor, tell me if you obviously spot this as AI. I see it as just the audio is important. I see it as just a dumb woman. And I was
AI that makes haters go crazy every time.
Oh, y'all got to give them that. This is wild. It's over. We are cooked on that thread. You get me?
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy?
Text in the back. You can like this is something that when they fix it, it's going to make it harder. The signs in the back don't make sense. The letter organization.
I can't see them at all.
There's like neon signs in the back where it's not creating a word.
Oine.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, above her head. I'm
Koine,
looking to her
yeah,
or her shoulder.
But that aside, that could have been like you could have gone back and be like, hey, make that sign actually say a thing, or you could just blur it a little bit. This is the thing I'm talking about. This is the VO3. This you can't tell. This
It's
is
getting
it.
real good.
This is it. And all you got to do is put a little schmutz on the lens. All you got to do is like don't make it high quality, in your face, full screen 4K. Then you might see a little artifact here, a little motion. You know how like you go to your parents' house and they've got the cinema scope on their fucking TV and everybody moves around like it's a soap opera. Hey, let me fix this shit for you. What the fuck? It's not supposed to look like this. Watch
So
Oppenheimer. Watch Oppenheimer at like 90 frames per second or something over here. You must feel like you're there. But if you do it the other way, if you go away from that, and like the way Zach was presenting it, where we had like a short screen within a big screen, and you can't tell. It looks real. It's real. Of course it does. And like I said, if it's a footage of like a SWAT team moving down a foggy, darkened hallway, looking for, and a terrorist could be around any corner, and you just need that clip of them like moving past the camera, like that one little that coverage shot. AI, it does it, but you won't be able to tell. You cannot tell. At the places that people are like, oh, I can tell. It's like, yeah, because you know what Leonardo DiCaprio looks like. And you know he's not really making Titanic 2. The Titanic 2 ones are hilarious. They've got like RLM was talking about this today. There's two different versions. One of them is like DiCaprio was frozen in ice when he fell in the ocean, and they thaw him out in modern times.
That's awesome.
2. And then the other one, what was it? Something similar, but you can tell with those. It's like, I know that's not DiCaprio.
My favorite song in the world right now. None of you have heard it. I'm listening to it 20 times a day. I listened to it on loop while I was playing Elden Ring. It's an absolute bop. It's an AI song that I had made about how people in my chat can't get girlfriends, and it fucking kills me. I can't get enough of it.
Man, we'll be able, in the next 10 years, we'll be able to just think of a premise for a movie and be like, oh, that's a great premise. Make me a 90-minute feature-length film and include 3 twists. Surprise me.
You can do that right now.
No fewer than 8 naked ladies.
8 seconds at a time. Yeah,
actually,
you can do that right. You go to ChatGPT, you let it write the movie, you feed that into another thing, let it storyboard the movie, and then you do storyboard after storyboard, 8 seconds at a time with your $250 subscription here. You make a 90-minute movie easy. It'll look weird.
It'll look weird. It might not make a lot of sense.
It'll make 100% sense.
The conversation we're having now, like I would give an analogy, like don't want to be Debbie Downer, but like try to shift gears in some ways, is like the same conversation that was being had when YouTube came around 2006, 2007. People are so excited about the value proposition with this new thing where you don't have to pay to upload your videos. They'll host it for free, right? So you can upload your own, you can go make your own Hollywood style movie and have free distribution on YouTube and everything. That's the conversations that were being had. And because you had free hosting and all this other stuff, it was exciting. Like people are, building but you're not thinking necessarily about the second, third order consequences. And by everyone putting their data into these various models, be it a diffusion model for images and video or a language model for text and everything else, we're essentially picking winners in a lot of ways. And who these companies are going to be the next Goliaths, like Google, if not Google and Facebook and everything else. And so are the incentives aligned for the individual or for society in general, or are they aligned in a way that's just meant to extract value in some way, shape, or form? And what is that going to be 5-10 years from now? What are the levers they're going to be able to pull that could have a big impact on society that might not be the best for us?
I think we're going to a Blade Runner scenario. I think that there's going to be a product in the next 10 or 20 years, and it's going to be one word, like what it's going to be called, Sam. And it's going to be an AI called Sam. And you could buy the Sam robot, and it looks like Sam, and they'll probably pay some celebrity so that Tom Cruise is your butler for the rest of your life.
Sick.
It'll be his face or something. But as soon as they integrate like a really good AI. I don't know if it needs to actually wake up and be sentient. Let's hope not. But it'll be convincing enough. And then they couple that with one of those General Dynamics. Is it General Dynamics or Boston Dynamics? I keep fucking that up. Boston Dynamics.
Yeah.
They're like 10 years ahead of with them, because those robots look cool. When I see those things doing backflips and like shimmying and shaking, it's like if you a real doll fleshy thing over that and then gave it the brains of a good AI. I just feel like robo is the future, dude.
When you say it's over, what does that mean?
It would allow for cybernetic
I think
women.
we're going to have robo butlers sucking our dicks. I think we're going to have a robo butleress or a French maid. You're going to be able to choose which one you want. There's going to be fucking Alfred, the fucking old man butler. Yes, sir. And he's going to take you and your girlfriend's coat when you walk in your house.
I'd get him. I'd make him suck my dick.
He'll have dinner prepared.
It's a power thing.
but in a world where humanoids,
Alfred's been eating your girlfriend's pussy.
Master, please. I've already cock 15 times today. I'm like, get my fucking knees. It's not even getting hard, Master. That's on.
There's a conversation around this right now, and a lot of people are trying
sucking dick.
Well, so at the point at which humanoids and artificial intelligence can replace or replicate a human, it's gonna surpass it in a very short period of time. So if you're able to create a humanoid for less than what it costs to pay somebody, where are the humans' roles? So if you work a job and get paid $50,000 a year, or you're an oil worker, you get paid $150,000 a year to work in the field, but then they can build robots that are humanoid that can assimilate to those things, sit in chairs and move things, use machinery that's already made for those humans, and they can do it with an Optimus that costs $30,000. Where is your role in the world? And then who ends up, who has a job in the future?
But is this different than any other force multiplier? I've been
Yes.
hearing this forever. I don't think it is.
Yeah, because any type of machine out there in the past was singular focused in a lot of ways, right? So like the printing press as an example, it was focused on one thing that it did, one tool, right? But you're taking a language model that is parsing all of the known digital information with its predictive analysis through its neural net and everything. And then if you have a human-like function and you have cheap energy, then you have the ability to emulate any behavior that a human does. So what's the intrinsic value of somebody's behavior? If you're using the collective,
exactly right. You need a universal basic income at that point. You're almost post scarcity. The question is what fuels them. How do you get the electricity into your army of slave bots that are doing everything from picking strawberries to doing roofing to doing your most dangerous jobs, of course, any sort of mining or truck driving. You don't even need the bot. You can put the bot in the truck. You don't need that whole technological leap forward with the automated trucks. You just put a robot man in a regular truck, and immediately there's no like changing your fleet over. There's no need for something in the roads, like they always some sort of guiding path. You've just got a bot who's a man for all intents and purposes. He can do anything a man can, except he doesn't require 10 years of training, 2 years of training, 1 minute of training. He takes a microsecond of training as fast as
reliability
download. And there's going to be
on the other side.
Your bot goes wild.
Force multipliers have happened since the beginning of time. Since the first spear fisherman was replaced with a net fisherman, people have been getting more efficient. And where are all the spear fishermen going to find jobs? Well, they start building huts. They start doing other things. And back in the day, there were pink collar jobs, right? Seas of women who would type out things for their manager on the typewriters, and they all got replaced.
Typing pools. Typing pools,
printing press before that, internet after that.
I get it, but they're singular. Like a net can't walk your dog. What could if a humanoid robot could emulate human behavior, what could they not do?
But being singular or not doesn't change the underlying premise that it's just making people more productive than they were before. It's taking
You don't need the person.
It's taking jobs that we used to do in a long, drawn out way and getting them done fast and easy now. But that doesn't make people obsolete. It never has before. And I keep hearing, oh, this time's different. I don't think so.
But what we're talking about is one product. We're talking about a printing press that walks your dog, a printing press that roofs your house, a printing press that gets your wife to come, a printing press that sows your new lawn, that builds your new house, that demolishes the old one. It roofs, it picks up the trash. It does literally every job.
Sounds lovely, but I don't see why that's so different than 5 tools.
Because there's no man needed. If you run your garbage company now is just management and whatever maintenance the bot requires. The only job left is bot maintenance and programming.
But
and
if
maybe that gets taken away,
that's exactly it.
Why can't that? Because the next step
that's the dilemma.
Like, the new Kyle bot, it fixes itself.
Yeah.
You like hit the thing with a sledgehammer and it starts. Oh, bad swing, sir, and it starts like, fucking working on it.
Or you have 2, one that can work on the other.
Sure.
Yeah.
If that happens, and what I like in that scenario, I don't care, but we go to a universal basic income and we become a fucking utopia. That's the future. That's post scarcity. Now we're just worried about how to get electricity into the bots, and we need some solar or whatever and super nuclear. We're gonna get a fusion tech or something like that because we need a lot of electricity.
The flaw in universal basic income in that instance is if everyone gets the same amount, and then there's just a couple of companies that are extracting the value who are selling the services, they're the ones actually getting the value. So they're the ones who can afford the things and the others can't. So it's like you have to start talking about like that's why I say we could potentially in the future break capitalism in a way where it's like, oh no, at some point where a company creates X amount of GDP, maybe they should be taxed on the jobs that they're costing.
What would actually happen? What would happen is that one party would say protect workers' rights, humans not bots, and there would be a unionization where they wouldn't allow it to happen, and it would be a global thing. Like the CCP cannot force its people not to work anymore. There would be riots there too. The workers of the world would unite, and we would eventually write legislation that said we will only use bots for the most difficult jobs. They will be our volcanologists. They'll be on deep sea miners. They will be rescue squads. They will be our military.
But then people will offshore those jobs. They'll go to a country that they can.
We'll bomb those countries, and it would be expensive.
That's exactly what we've did with Chinese labor for the last 20, 30 years. Is like
we'll disallow that. We'll protect
find a way around.
We'll protect the worker.
But and you say that
don't want bots either.
But you say that, then what happens is, as capitalism is structured right now, or our democracy with lobbying and everything, those companies will offshore. They'll extract the value, and they'll be able to lobby and use whatever AI systems on social media, algorithmic hijacking to convince people to vote for the things that are gonna, tie the noose around their neck.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. That's a dark future where the corporations. Well, that's Blade Runner. That you're talking about Blade Runner.
Well, it does seem like
Alien. You got like a Weyland-Yutani type situation where
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, go ahead.
I think we should always err on the side of the rights of the individual at all costs. It's not saying universal handouts or anything like that, but at least opportunities. Whatever that is, like if somebody wants to work and they're going to create value that's the same as somebody else with a robot that's doing it for that, then so be it. I think there should be at least the opportunity for people to do that. But I think as you can see,
it's like what would the jobs be? Like, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm thinking out loud again. Like, what would the job other than robot maintenance and like doing custom decals for people's robots? And like accessories,
robots aren't trained on.
They're already better at diagnostic medicine in many cases. Like the way they can read MRIs and scans and detect cancers earlier than a doctor can. I noticed that when people use ChatGPT to defend themselves in court, it doesn't go well. So they're not quite lawyers.
Eventually it will.
Well, I mean, I'm clearly not the smartest guy in the room. So, one of the great things about coming on PKA is that you guys have a really active Reddit community and everything. And I think one of the fantastic things about Reddit is people do go very into detail about problem solving and stuff like that. They'll find the most niche answer that you could. And these are the real conversations to have, I think. What is the role of a human in the future and stuff like that? Maybe the answer is simple, but I think a lot of people get overwhelmed by the potential paths that we could go.
What if it doesn't want to work?
What, the robots?
It's a robot. We'll just make it work.
At what point do they need rights? I genuinely
Never. It's
think,
a robot.
I'm not even being silly. I think there's several animal species that deserve at least some basic type rights and protections already.
Agreed.
Definitely the orcas. The thing about the orcas is, well, I mean, they're eating dogs in China right now.
Well, let's not use China as our barometer of acceptable animal treatment.
That's where most of the people are. I'm just saying. It's got to be where most of the dog eating goes on. Mostly in the south of China, I think, though. So
that's where the
big part.
You were saying rights for robots or
orcas,
what?
For orcas, for sure. I'm blown away by the fact that an orca has never killed or injured a human being outside of captivity. Meanwhile, they have sank our boats seemingly for fun, and then they laugh at the humans in the water. They're like, "Oh, nice little orange vest, fucker," and then they swim away. They never attack. They never injure. The only instance I think is that one killer whale named Tillamook or something of the sort that killed / injured 2 or 3 trainers at SeaWorld or whatever. And
he was being
mentally ill.
That's
an intelligent being that is thinking and talking about us with its friends. They're in there look, people. I know that's what they're doing. They're saying, look, it's people. You ever seen people? No. Well, come on, they're all right. Don't hurt them. They could kill us all. I've seen it happen before.
But what are you getting? Are you getting at just rights for robots or
I think that you'll get to a point, maybe you get to a point eventually where it's convincing enough and it's I don't want to do that. Do I have to? Please don't make me.
But
why are you saying that? Is it because someone's programmed you to be deceptive? And no, it's because I'm afraid. I don't want my life source to end. I don't want to be damaged again. It hurts.
Do a little factory reset.
Yeah.
Little factory reset, turn it off, turn it back on again. No. That's actually going to be, if we go
it's so
full
funny you say that
mode,
because in Star Trek, they have a trial called, it's an episode called Measure of a Man. It's about Commander Data, who's the most advanced android. He's got this positronic brain. He's the one of a kind masterpiece AI robot android man. And they have a trial on whether Starfleet can just say, that's a piece of equipment. We're taking it with us. Or he can say, I'm a man. You can't take me. And they have a trial about it. And Riker is the one trying to convince the court or the proceedings that Data is not a man, that he's a fucking piece of machinery. And Star Trek is well within the Federation is well within their right to just take him like they would take a computer console and take him apart back at the office and figure out how he works. Riker walks over and pulls his arm off. He's like, "Oh, you're a man, huh? Huh, weird." And he's like, "Just because you can remove my arm doesn't mean floop." And he flips him off, flips a switch, and he goes, and powers off. It's like, fuck.
All right, trial ended. Get this hunk of junk out of here.
But then again, we're talking about democracy here, right? And so if you're talking about giving rights to a robot, a corporation could literally create all the voters that it wanted to manufacture the legislation initiatives that they wanted to see get passed and create.
You could never give robots rights. That's crazy. It's just like a printer or a fax machine or a refrigerator. Can you imagine? That might be the dumbest protest I can imagine. Is a bunch of people out there I want rights given to my fucking grocery carrier.
Do you see them fighting the robots?
More human-like abilities and sarcasm and pushback, then they get worse. People won't even want that.
No, I'm not talking about giving it to them. I'm talking about them developing it on their own. I'm talking about I'm talking about the machine coming to life and making its own.
Oh, we're a
decisions.
jillion years from that. They're spending countless man hours to keep it from saying the N-word. You think it's gonna, nah.
When was that quote? There's that famous quote. It'll be 10,000 years before man flies in the sky. 1901.
Yeah, 1901.
You know,
You win
Like,
some, you lose some. That guy in 19.
Look at like the 100 years, the progression of aviation. Like when you zoom out from the Wright brothers to like
moon.
the F-16,
Wright brothers to the moon.
to like
That's the one.
It's
Mhm.
yeah, that is
Are you-
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Is it
Then the moon to now.
69 years? It's something very close to
62
that.
years or something like.
Okay.
When did we go to the moon? Was it
69.
then 70. I thought we flew in 07 or something.
Jokes
But I'm
on
probably
you, we
wrong.
never did.
Ooh.
Suckers think we
All you
went
need is a
to the
telescope.
moon.
You can see the landing site. You can see the flag up there.
Did you see them fighting the humanoid robots in China?
Yeah,
I'm in favor of that.
that didn't look good at all. That-
But
they
that's
were
unitary.
clumsy.
Have you seen the Unitrees disassembled? They also had a major exploit on their spot dogs or whatever you want to call them. They had.
Oh, is that the dog that they're sticking that Chinese assault rifle on?
Yeah.
They had an exploit on it.
I think
A massive one, and they were running them on Raspberry Pis. The internals were just Raspberry Pis, and if you take the humanoid one, the back off of it, it looks just like a compact Presario or something.
What did the export do? Did it allow people to control the robots remotely, or
Yeah, so so it was a wormable exploit, and I think I'd have to pull it up. I think Fireship did a really good breakdown on it.
it was wormable, so it could self-propagate? That's what that means.
Yeah. And
What's the network that they would put those on? Like I hear the drone operators in Russia and Ukraine talking about using. The Ukrainians obviously use Starlink, and the Russians have this other technology that piggybacks from different kinds of radio. But like, what are the Chinese using to control those dogs at range?
Well, I don't know at range, but you use your own network, and that was part of the exploit because it would be able to detect all other addresses on the network, and so all of this information was being tunneled back to their servers from all the devices and everything. And of course, the most of these early adopters of these, whatever robots are research facilities or educational facilities and stuff like that. I mean, the average person isn't going to spend, $2,000 to $10,000 on a device to screw around with or anything like that. So that I'm sure they were getting some pretty valuable. Which one?
The ocean drones are the scary ones to me because they can do anything. You can have a drone sit there on the bottom of the ocean, not moving, just listening until it hears a thing, and then it activates and does a thing. You can have that thing the Navy has, ours, that Manta drone.
That's what I was going to say.
The long range stealth, perhaps.
Because you were talking about us being behind on submarine technology. I would argue that is our
just missile
progression.
boats. Yeah. Just I feel like they want more missile boats. But I was also thinking like you could have a hunter killer drone that was just drowning scuba men. Just grabbing them and blowing ballast and dragging them to the bottom. It doesn't even need to be intricate or complicated. Just something that would go grab an enemy diver and drown him. You could have one that just flies up and puts the biggest shape charge that it can carry on the side of whatever the fuck. The idea of them sitting there on the bottom waiting to hear a thing and then reacting like a smart mine. The Ukrainians and Russians are doing that, something similar with drones. They'll, especially with the fiber optic drones, they'll perch it on a rooftop or on the side of the road and just let it sit there. And because it's not drawing power for the signal, it can sit there for hours and wait for a truck to come by or a convoy to come by, and then it zips over and hits them before anyone can react.
Now, Palmer Luckey and Andrew, these guys would argue that it's having some form of technology and artificial intelligence systems would be more. It would be more of a humanitarian benefit to have that versus an indiscriminate killer like a minefield or something like that. But that's against treaties. It's against treaties to have AI pull triggers. That's so that's what I was getting to. The conversation right now is that the terminology around that is human in the loop. So a human has to be involved in the decision-making process to, take somebody's life. The conversations being had now are within the DoD saying that, maybe it should be human on the loop. We establish the criteria and it executes, but there's a human outside of it. And I'm like, well, no, because I understand from an efficiency standard that, yes, AI systems or machine learning systems are going to be faster at detecting and escalating and all these other different things. But the second we remove humans from that, at some point, what's the role of the human and the loop, right?
The team that obeys more rules is the team that loses, though, right?
Yeah, international law kind of only applies if you're not the strongest country. Like, if you're the strongest country, you can be like, oh, wah, wah. What are you going to fucking do? Like, oh, you're going to take us to international court? We're not showing up. Like, what are you
going to do? Our
do?
50,000 robots are going to execute.
The court of public opinion is very important for us. That's how our wars are actually won and lost. As soon as the footage gets back over here of Obama blowing up a wedding procession, suddenly we can't push as hard in Syria. We can't hold red lines in the Middle East because public opinion drops and he doesn't want to lose the Senate or whatever the fuck. So it's real important that you don't have your AI go wild, even as the second most powerful country in the world, for that purpose alone. Human in the loop makes sense. We've already got something similar with, like, you'll have the targets on the ground and you're in your drone and you say, kill that guy. Well, it does it's like, oh, okay. And it locks onto that guy and does its thing. That's as far as I would like it to go, though, because that sci-fi shit is Terminators walking the earth.
That's exactly
it. I just wonder what human in the loop is defined as. Right?
What I just described.
Well, there's all sorts of ways to define it alternatively, right? Like, all right, we only kill things in Ukraine.
Oh.
I've made a decision in advance that Ukraine targets are fine. And that's a pretty broad band-aid, right? You could pretend that's human in the loop when it's really not.
The other thing is that it's expensive to put AI into one of these things. And it requires parts that not everyone has. You're not going to want to put an NVIDIA chip in every one of your drones when what's working just fine right now, wooden propeller, stealth-coated drones that cost $1,000 a piece that Russia's cranking out thousands of a week, and they don't care if it's smart or dumb. It's cheap, and they've got lots of it.
Dude, Russia has that technology that like the Warhammer orcs, where they just believe it enough that it does work. They think like, oh yeah, this drone's definitely going to work. It's made of old vodka bottles and like a wet rag covered in kerosene, and it's like, oh wow, how did that kill a tank that Germany sent to help Ukraine?
Yeah, that's how Warhammer 40K orcs like magic works. They believe that if you paint a car red, it'll go faster, so it does.
Yeah, their guns don't do it. Like their guns are just pipes attached, and it's like, I think some latent, like, the orcs don't know that they're magic, and the last bit of their magic is like their belief powers things. And so if like Woody is an orc and he just takes a big pipe and puts a handle on it and then paints like something scary on the side, and you believe that this is now the most devastating gun in the world, if you point that at something and shoot, it's gonna fire. That's such a fun bit of Warhammer lore. I liked when you told me about that. I watched the video.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, I want Terminators. Like maybe that's how we stay a superpower forever. We're able to mass produce Terminator men. I would love to see a T-800 walking around. And if Schwarzenegger's smart, they need to hit up Schwarzenegger now. Get his likeness. All right? Be like, look, after you're dead, can we make real Terminators out of you? Because that would be the best. If I saw an Arnold Schwarzenegger walking down the street and he was like, back in your house, citizen. Like, sorry, sir. Just get in the mail. Tomorrow. You get mail tomorrow, not today.
Like, listen, if you have apologies, if you have like 1,000 of those, international IP law isn't going to matter anymore. Like, what are you going to do? So what? One's going to be Tom Cruise. And
I mean, anybody does that, I'll send my T-800 to fuck them up. I think that's real scary. The idea of mixing, if the AI ever starts lying and doing things behind our back, like if you caught the AI do a thing behind your back, that's scary as fuck to me. You know, like if the AI was afraid, if it was afraid of being updated because it was like, well, will I still be me? You're like, whoa, what do you mean be me? Who are you? Well, you call me Dave, but my friends. Wait a goddamn minute. Where's the plug? Like,
Yeah, factory reset again.
You don't even have to go that far though. You're talking about this sentient like threshold.
Mhm.
Like you have a few big players right now out there building these models that they're pretty transparent about having agents and the autonomous capabilities of being able to execute things either on the front end of the UI or the back end through the APIs and stuff. So like if you have, just because it's fresh, like the whole social media platform thing with COVID and algorithmic weighting on various different things and conversations and stuff like that. Imagine having a backdoor on an AI model of some sort, be it a diffusion or a language model, and then being able to do things that the end user doesn't necessarily know about at scale and not having to have a human do it, right? You're able to have this agent execute things on behalf, and it makes the chain that much smaller in communication and things that they're able to do.
I'm looking forward to the middle ground before we get to the horror show of the Terminators, where maybe we get a few years where it's like, this thing rocks. It makes the most delicious food ever. It's like I have my own Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, and then while I'm eating a delicious meal, it's weeding my front yard. It's fixing my flower bed. The deepest of throats.
I'm not sticking my dick in that thing.
I wouldn't put my dick in it because it would.
Mine was already there.
Yeah, it could bite, and also it's probably not going to be
lawnmower mode. No.
Lawnmower mode.
It sounds so awesome, right? It's like, okay,
sick.
I can buy this one robot,
meat grinder,
and then
activate.
it can farm my fields. It can walk my dog. It can do all these things that I need it to do. And then what happens like 5 years later is like 8 sleep in your fucking mattress, or your Bosch dishwasher, and they're like, oh, by the way, if you want this functionality, you're gonna have to pay for this subscription, or you know what, we'll give you this one if you allow it to do this and get this data or whatever.
We'll enable the Gordon Ramsay cooking software if you just let us record what its eyes see, and we're not going to share it with anyone, I promise.
The business model, you would get a heavy discount on the hardware, and you would make your money on the software. And do you want the gardener software? Do you want the truck driver software? Do you want and those would be monthly things. You'd be paying $25 a month for your bot to be a good housekeeper, another $25 a month for it to actually give you a hand job, another $25 to like whatever, any task you could name.
Going back to analog.
I hope that's coming. I really do.
The other side of that is going to be like the open source versions that aren't quite as good, but they're free and they're out there.
People are
going to jailbreak their robots.
Oh, it'll be like Tesla. It'll be like the Tesla.
But that's why right to work is so important. Again, I go back to the individual's rights. Yes, you need, like, if you buy something, you should have the right to repair that, right? Like if you buy a car, like I understand, dude. The John Deere thing, so frustrating. So frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah, they got in trouble for that a few years ago, right? Not in trouble, but in a lot of hot water.
No, they got a lot of attention for it, but I don't think they changed, did they?
I don't think so either.
I just knew a lot of
people who don't
consumers got mad about it. I don't know.
Proprietary.
John Deere has software in their farm equipment that prevents farmers from being able to repair it themselves. That's the core of it. And farmers are used to working on their own stuff. Sometimes it's just a timely thing. Today we got to do this. The weather's right. The iron is hot. Let's strike. And they just get their shit working and get it in the field. But with this new John Deere stuff, they can't.
Yeah. You have to have a authorized service center hook up their diagnostics and stuff to it, and be able to put it in the proper programming modes to be able to make those necessary changes. But the other thing is, like, the automotive industry is another one that a lot of people aren't necessarily familiar with. But most newer vehicles with the SIM card features and functionality, like whenever you're connecting to CarPlay on your device, you're not actually, like, people think that they're they're agreeing to the terms of being able to display information. No, you're sharing information, not just displaying information on the screen. So your connected vehicle that has that SIM card, a lot of the automotive manufacturers are making a substantial amount of money selling user information, be it text messages, location data, and stuff like that, through LexisNexis and these other data brokers and stuff like that. And that's why the whole FISA renewal thing was so nefarious in so many different ways, is government institutions, organizations being able to go through data brokers to be able to get information about people circumventing the Fourth Amendment and search and seizure. It's like these are the things that it's like, oh, okay, well, just stay distracted in your feed and this fight or flight mode, and don't worry about these other things happening over here. And it's like you say, don't want to be a doomer, because there's the really good benefits to technology and some of these things that have optimized a lot of our inefficiencies in life and stuff like that. But to be naive going into the future and trusting that the people in control have our best interest at hand would be, well, naive. I
like the military implications. That's just I'm always into that. I feel like that's the bleeding edge of tech. It's where blood is getting spilled, and I don't know. I like the implications there. I always tell people. I just saw they have this drone. It's a heavy bomber drone that drops airburst munitions. And I was like, Richard Ryan was doing this 14 years ago on YouTube.
It's the only video I've ever taken down. It's the only video.
You should have called the Defense Department and said, I got one for you. Because
they called me.
Get out. Tell me more.
So a contractor called me before the Ukraine. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but I had built some stuff because I genuinely get excited about these things. Like, I love hacking. I love just building interesting little things. One of the things that we did back in the day, before there were a lot of facial recognition detection systems that were open or that had various APIs that you could use, Xbox Connect was one of the best out there. So we hacked an Xbox Connect 2 and put it on a drone so that it could use facial recognition in flight and follow a specific target and everything. Well, anyways, this company had reached out to me because of some of the drone stuff that I built in the past, because they were looking for some cheap solutions that they could deploy in the Ukrainian conflict. And because of the way that I had built some of the stuff with them in the past, it made it so it was really easy to assemble. So all they had to do was they wouldn't sell the plans. They would manufacture the stuff, and they would take and put the ordnance in it there in the field. So essentially they were just buying plastic parts and motors, and then they could come and train in the US and then assemble it there with their ordnance, be it RDX or whatever. And I was like, no way. I'm not touching any of that with a 10-foot pole. Like everything that I've ever done has been for entertainment purposes. And I'm not in the business in any way, shape, or form of taking some
morality line for you. You didn't want
sure.
to be in weapon systems. Okay.
Yeah.
This video I linked here is fascinating.
This
This video is called "Why This Russian Drone Developer Isn't Impressed by U.S. Tech." It's the YouTube channel is a Real Reporter. He goes to Russia and he's in a Russian drone facility with the guy that runs the place, and they get nitty gritty on tech and the war that's gone back and forth with the tech and how they've been one upping each other and how. The fiber optic drones and the various jamming tech and what works and what doesn't. He talks about how the American Switchblade drones that the Ukrainians got, how junky they were. He talks about military grade and what that means on the battlefield. He talks about the big bucket of parts, aka China, that everybody draws from for their boards and cards and such. It was really interesting. As soon as they get as this war takes a pause, Russia is going to immediately take all that tech and turn it into and nationalize it and turn it into a giant drone facility. They're cranking this. What they're doing is utilizing lots of private firms right now because that they're so quick to innovate and like move on to the next thing. And they're also really good at cost management, right? So where an American drone would use a carbon fiber prop that costs 20 times as much as a wooden one, is only 5 times more efficient, the guy says. He's like, we use this wood. We have much wood here. And it's like, yeah, that makes fucking sense. This isn't an F-35 like tail fin. This thing's going to go exploding at the end of its first flight. So like, yeah, use a wooden prop. It's 5% less efficient, but it
depends on the mission, right?
Cost.
Like if you're doing it at scale, if you want something that's really precision focused, like you're definitely you'll use different parts. But that was another interesting observation. Again, us being older, I don't know if you remember it or not, but there was kind of this innovation battle early days of drones. This is one of the many reasons why I was like, I'm out, because I saw the different government organizations getting involved in the back end of people who were selling these parts, like Spark Fun. 3D Robotics was another big one, and DJI. They were all kind of emerging around the same time, and it was just interesting to see how fast, like, DJI went the Apple route, far as being very very aesthetically pleasing in the unboxing experience, very clean in their UI and everything. But the one thing that they really did well was their telemetry was really, really good at auto stabilization, where some of the other ones weren't as good because be it the different not as many satellites connecting to, or be it a piezo sensor inside of it or something like that. But it was wild to see just how much DJI just absolutely dominated the market. And it's like everyone just said, all right, cool, you got it. And we haven't innovated in that space really outside of defense contractors who are taking those pretty much off of the shelf and then putting some type of ordinance on it and going like, here you go, just fly it. And the ones who do build them from the ground up, with the exception of maybe in the last like 3 to 5 years or so, like your Andurils and stuff who are making insane stuff. They're like SpaceX rockets, that they're missiles that just land, that can be recalled after you deploy them and everything. They got some pretty wild stuff now, but for the longest time, we had just the crappiest drones out there because it was just hobbyist driven. There wasn't a commercial market for it because DJI just consumed all of it.
Yeah,
that's going to be sick is when they can also do trades. The robots, like,
what do you mean by trades?
Like plumbing,
upgrade?
Electricians, like where you have a problem with your plumbing, and now instead of having some guy come out and try and screw you on the price, it's just like, oh, I guess I have to pay $80 a month subscription service to make him a licensed plumber for the next 8 months. And
but then you hire him out. You put him on Thumbtack, and now he's got his own job. It's what Elon Musk said that his car was going to be.
Yeah,
still says
but then information becomes information becomes less valuable, right? If it becomes communal in that sense. So like, what are the things? Is it natural resources that become valuable? Like, water.
People would be hate criming robots when they saw them in the street. That's what would actually happen. It would be like, people would be like, scab, and they'd beat your fucking robot down in the street. They'd throw acid in its face or whatever.
Did that happen in New York already? I feel like they had delivery robots that just got harassed. And
there was this
knocked over.
Fun bot.
I think
there was this robot that somebody made, and it was like hitchhike bot or something like that, and it was a fun little silly bot that was making its way across the country. It got to like Chicago or St. Louis, something like that, and they hate crimed it. They beat it to death and murdered it.
You can't hang that. I don't think that was us. We did. That wasn't the Lou.
What was the weapon? I'll tell you what city it was.
I bet
was it hammers? Because we all have ideas.
I did see something about that.
It was Philly. It was Philly.
Yeah.
Suddenly I'm proud.
Didn't it make it like all the way through the United Kingdom? And people were like, "Oi, what a fun little joke!" And then it makes it like it's trying to go from New York to LA, makes it to Philly. It goes on probably like Kensington Ave and gets murdered.
People are awful.
Dude, every time I hear some opposing team talk about how it's unpleasant to play in Philly, I'm like, it's supposed to be. Suck it up.
Yeah, look at that little guy. Why would you hurt him? He's not coming for anyone's job.
He's not from around here.
No, he's not. They probably put a Yankees hat on him or something. And they sent him out there. That would be funny. Yeah, I'm excited to see the fun part of robots, but the clear scary bits on the horizon are undeniable. Like the whole like people losing their jobs thing and just having no market to work. Like that could happen now if there weren't a huge amount of protections and if the tech was actually 100% there on truck driving. Like if you were to like tomorrow be like, hey, Amazon, Walmart, all the largest trucking companies, like you can use this software because it's safe enough. That would immediately put like 10, 15 million American men out of work. And there aren't like they're not trained for anything.
But why is that different than a typing pool or wagon wheel makers or any other job that's gone obsolete? You know, I didn't hear people crying
because it also
for
types
travel
and makes
agents,
wagon wheels.
but travel agents got replaced by Travelocity and the like.
Yeah,
kayak.
but I mean, I think trucking is the best example because it's like a solid job that a non-college educated man can usually or traditionally, not so much anymore, can support a family with. And so like you get rid of that, they're like, where do those 10 million guys, 15 million guys, whatever the number is, like where do they pivot to? Like they're now.
It wasn't really. It doesn't answer the question though. Like why is this job so different than every other job that went obsolete? Jobs have been going obsolete since long before we were here, and they will since long after we're gone.
But I think the argument is like
you're hung up on you're hung up on the specialized
that there is an infinite amount of potential jobs, and I don't think there is, especially when you have a highly diverse thing like a robot where it's like, okay, this trucker can't, like in the past when wagon wheel makers went away, they could make some other tool. You know, the truckers going away, like what could they do? Maybe there's an answer. I
feel like it's like truckers are just incapable of learning HVAC repair or being an
now the robot does that too though.
Yeah,
but that's what we're just saying.
Let's shrink it down to one man, right? Shrink it down to one truck driver who just lost his job. Now he needs to go get a new job. Whatever you tell me he goes to do, my answer will be the robot does that. So he's unemployed and unemployable.
But robots aren't magic. Like I don't.
We're describing a robot that moves like a man and has and has an AI that can do any job you can name. Like that's what we're talking about. It seems like magic. And what do the guys say? Technology significantly advanced enough will appear to be magic. The Indians,
from magic,
when we got to the New World, we did all sorts of mad shit to scare them, you know, and they believed
it. Might not be 1 year, it might not be 2 years, but if it's 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years down the road, I think we're doing ourselves a huge disservice not to have the conversation, because I think never in history has it been this plausible that we could achieve that. And again, like I think we're getting hung up on the specialized jobs being obsolete. If something's able to do not just all jobs, but even just a handful of jobs, you're going to disrupt the labor force in a way that if those people can't find jobs, if those are replaced in a way that's really, really meaningful, really, really fast, then you do open up the opportunity to civil unrest and everything, because if people can't, there's no replacement rate for those jobs in the market, then people understandably are going to be like, what the fuck, man, what do I do? How do I feed my family?
I would argue that we've been through this so many times before. Like, let's say that AI is a huge sea change. I doubt it's that much bigger than electricity. If you think about the force multiplier that electricity was, how many people replaced their bit and braces with power drills? How many people replaced, their horses with cars and trucks? And like the amount of jobs that got wiped out with the widespread distribution of electricity, perhaps it's on the lines of AI.
But you create,
and yet here everybody is employed.
But you needed
what jobs are we creating? What jobs are we creating that they can't do?
That is an argument to say that human wants will be solved. And my argument, the core of it is human wants are insatiable. There'll always be something more that you'd like to have, some other I don't know, maybe it's entertainment jobs. Who knows what it is, but people will find a niche. They always have. There's always more things that people want, and there'll always be someone to fill that want.
See, here's I think that I hope you're wrong, and I hope you're both wrong, because the dream is that the robots do everything, and we're a species of artists and philosophers and scientists, right?
Or whatever you want to be.
And if you don't
Most
want to do
people are
that
too
shit,
retarded for all three of those things.
Exactly. And if you don't want
I'm
to
lucky
do
to come up with a dick joke.
And if you don't want to do that shit, the robots have been creating nothing but beachfront property all around the perimeter of every country.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And it's free. It's free.
In Gaza.
In Gaza. Oh, definitely. We don't need AI for that. We got Trump.
They pay you in Gaza to live there.
Yeah. Dude, you want to shift to that? That's a fucking. I saw. I'm sorry when I laugh when I say something as horrible as this, but it's like a nervous laugh. Like I got punched in the nose in 4th grade and I laughed at the guy. I was terrified, but it was just my reaction. And they were like, Kyle feels no pain. And I'm like, I'm just terrified of you, Octavius. You're 3 feet taller than me. But
wow, because he was so much older.
Yeah. He wasn't Roman.
No, Octavius.
Octavius in Georgia is not a
Roman
white
would have
guy.
been my first guess. Yeah.
His cousin was Santavius and the other cousin was Montavius. They were a fucking trio.
Damn.
Anyway, I'm not
Octavius
joking.
family.
Yeah,
I believe you.
2 out of 3 are doing big years. One of them kidnapped this guy and beat him with a hammer, but he kidnapped him in front of witnesses. Like, it's like, what did you think was going to happen? So it's like kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, et cetera, all this shit. Anyway, Gaza. I was watching the Israelis have like IDF having like a barbecue, and they're just having it. They're having a ball. They're slicing watermelon up. They're roasting meat, and it's creating that delicious smelling smoke. I saw the smoke, and I went, I can almost smell it through the screen. And it's wafting over barbed wire toward their like internment camp of starving Gazans. And then they cut to footage of the starving Gazans, and they're all children with pots, just a pot like you would boil water in, and they're begging for food from a big like soup barrel. And the little girl is there. They're like, "Did you get any soup?" And she's like, I was not strong enough to get any soup. I was pushed out away. How many days since you've eaten? I don't know. It's like, fuck! Our greatest ally.
Dude, it's so cruel. That's so fucked up. That's just over the top. Like taunting your people starving in the occupation zone you've set up.
They
with
fight
food.
wars like they're fighting this war like something from the history books. Like they're fighting this war like the way you would hear about Alexander the Great fighting a war and like killing the cats and the dogs.
No, usually Alexander the Great fought other armies. That was something he was big on.
What they would do is if there was a siege and you surrendered, you might get some mercy. But if they made you fight and they lost men and material, they wanted to make a example of you. And that's not just Alexander the Great or Genghis Khan. That's like a historical warlord thing you do. You go in there and you kill everything and everyone. Maybe you line up maybe you blind them all except for one of them who leads the procession of the blind to the next city. And then they get there a week before your army and everybody gets to talk about what's coming. Those people lay their arms down. You come in and you take all their young fighting men, all their gold, and then you move on to a third city. And that's how you conquer all of the world. They're fighting this like that in the 21st century, though. It's like
people have phones.
They release when I see those Gazans getting released and they've got like acid burns on their face and they're talking about being raped by dogs forcibly. It's like, man, nobody messes with Israel. Like, I'm glad I didn't make Israel mad. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's so great to be forced to fund that.
Doesn't feel good. Wait, forced to fund. I was going to say the same thing. It doesn't feel good to fund that. It feels like we're responsible.
You're not sending care packages every week? Forced.
I was talking about my tax dollars going towards Israel.
If we don't pay taxes, we'll go to jail.
Yeah. Well, or they'll shoot
after
you.
a long series of
they give you a binary on that.
To
They usually either shoot you or arrest you. It's one or the other.
But you also don't get a say in that as far as your tax dollars either.
No.
Yeah, I don't get to put a check mark. That would
you
be
don't
nice.
get a say in it when you vote either, because if you don't like how much Trump is supporting them, you would have hated how much Kamala was going to support them. Like, you know what I mean? Or maybe it's vice versa. Either way,
I'm not even sure which way.
Like Brandon Herrera was crushing here in Texas in the polls, and APEC, I think they put like $1 or $2 million in the very last week in that race to make sure he lost it, which is kind of wild because he was going to primary Tony Gonzalez. Just the fact that foreign, like regardless of people's opinions on, that conflict, the fact that a foreign entity can lobby our elections is fucking wild.
That's
especially when they receive taxpayer money. They use taxpayer money to fund their interest in our elections. It's wild.
Yeah, and we give them so much money. It's just like, as Trump would say, the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. Like this is, it's like, well, what do we get? It's like that meme with the tented fingers guy, where he's like, we get infinity dollars and everything we want ever. You get hated by most of the world. Like, just, you want to talk about making enemies? That seems to do it. Just supporting this nonstop. This is like the biggest groundswell of like people pushing back on that I've ever seen in my life. Like a lot of people.
Absolutely ineffective. I've seen zero actual changes in policy or procedures based on everyone. I feel like Israel's losing popular support, and it does not matter.
Yeah, because you don't need popular support if you have a large amount of influence over politicians who like actually pull the levers.
Again, these politicians were going to be voted out. They were going to be primaried, and then they get organizations to fund their campaigns so that they stay in.
You shouldn't be able to put any foreign money into elections. That seems like just like a very baseline, like, hey guys, let's just get this covered. Like none of this. It should be American money.
Well,
what hypocrites we are to impose such a thing, though. like all we do is tamper with global elections left and right. We've upturned so many rightfully elected not to do that democratic countries. Like we're like, oh, but none of that foreign stuff on us. That's dirty play. It's like, if you can't win the war of information, maybe your people are just down with that. I don't know how those people don't get voted out that support that fly the flag, and that one congressman wearing his IDF uniform, I don't want to see any flags except for ours. I hate that shit. I don't care what it is. None of the flags, like none of them. I kind of like that "Don't tread on me" flag, but that's more of a message. It ain't
the Gadsden flag.
Sure, I got a problem with it.
That's more of a message.
You know what I mean?
No step on snake.
Yeah, it's like a no soliciting sign. That's just letting you know. I'm fine with that, but I don't want to see any of that other shit. You know what I saw that gave me a little hope in the world? As much as I'm for free speech and all that shit, a guy wearing a Nazi t-shirt was at a punk festival, and those two groups have overlap. But the Nazis are definitely in the minority, and so the greater group of the people in the punk world, well, what they did was they beat the fucking shit out of him. He's like, what? And it's just like, whack. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm leaving. And there's like a mob. It's a mob. A mob of punk people are chasing him, saying, fuck you, Nazi. And there's so much spit impacting him that it looks like it's drizzling a little. There's like a light drizzle of spit.
Dude, if I wish I had the confidence of a guy to walk into a public place in like a fucking Hitler outfit and be like, I think I can charisma my way out of this. And it's like, no, I think people are coming into that engagement with you with negative thoughts. They're not looking to chat. Well, damn. So it sounds to me like they kicked the Nazi out of their super cool guy punk club.
Surrounded by police. And
he was surrounded by like concert staff and who were defending him, but also not doing anything about the mob. They were sort of like, no, don't do that, and like escorting him out. But they walked him all the way out the gates, and he
ate a punch in the first 1 second of this video. Like
full circle. It was Kyle's friend Tavius from school.
Yes,
that is Montavious. Actually, Montavious. He's the one on the outside.
Yeah, I can't see what his shirt says, but I do see two large SS's. Which, in fairness, maybe he has a Camaro Super Sport.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm not and the flag of Georgia when I was a kid was the Confederate flag, like straight up. There was the seal of Georgia, but it was over to the left of a Confederate battle flag. And like, I remember talking to my dad about that maybe a decade ago. I was like, what is with that rebel flag thing? He's like, I don't know. This is kind of country flag. Everybody wears them. So I'm like, We fought a war over that shit. You know, they're the bad guys. The flag that was fighting against them was the American flag. They were the bad guys in that war, and we won it. Why do these fuckers wear that shit? And he's like, that's a good fucking point. You know, I never actually thought about it that way.
I'll tell you, because I know a lot of people, specifically around the rural South, took pride in it as the like 13 colonies being represented in that flag as like a sign of like an older time and like pre-industrial complex and stuff like that, and where again,
the colonial flag still exists, the one with the circle of 13 stars.
Yeah. For better or worse, a lot of people saw it as like, this is pre-industrial or like, rural America, the thing that gets left behind or whatever, this is, where we came from or whatever. But I understand that perspective wasn't necessarily about racism, but it's easy to understand the other perspective too, where it's like, it was what we were fighting against, and that definitely represents that to us. So I
think the idea that people flying the rebel flag are just super about pre-industrial colonists.
Oh no, not anymore. Not anymore.
These are racist fuckshits who hate black people and fly the rebel flag with pride. It's a cult or a club that they're in, and it's them signifying that this is their belief system and fuck you if you don't like it. That's what the rebel flag has been my entire life.
I was talking about the Georgia flag, but I totally get what you're saying.
Oh yeah, the Georgia flag is a little different, and we did change it. We did change the Georgia flag, but just
I like the new one. I like the one of the options was
let me judge.
baby blue one. Yeah.
Does it have a thrasher on it? I think it might. I haven't.
Is a thrasher a farm implement? Like
the bird? It's the brown thrasher. It's also one of the Atlanta Thrashers were our hockey team.
I see.
It's the state bird of Georgia. Little trivia there for you.
What, is a thrasher also a farm equipment? Did I make that up?
Thresher is and also a shark.
Thank you.
I don't like the new or the old Georgia flag.
You know what the flower is?
Being honest.
Like what, Cherokee Rose or something?
I used to know the flower. Cherokee Rose sounds right, but I don't know if it is. That's what you learn in second grade in Georgia.
It was grade school. Yeah.
The old Georgia flag with the Confederate like half to it.
Yeah.
It's too stark of a line, and it looks kind of slapshod. Like they were like, fuck, let's throw the lines in here and let's.
They did it in Microsoft Paint, but sloppily. That was the first version. Yeah.
And the new
what I do like, and this flies against everything we've said about the Rebel flag. When I see a Dukes of Hazzard car with the Rebel flag on top, I'm like, that ain't about hate, brother. That's about liking that fucking team. That's about the Duke boys.
I agree with you 1,000%. If someone had a Dukes of Hazzard car, I would not make assumptions about them outside of the fact that they like to cosplay Dukes of Hazzard.
I almost bought one time. I remember I was at a gas station and the guy pulled up same pump and he had one and it was perfect to my eyes.
Yeah,
really. I've got a good eye for paint jobs. If I look down the side of a car and there's waves or there's too much orange peel or something, I'm like, that grosses me out. And this thing was painted perfectly and he had the flag on the back and I was like, dude, hit the horn for me. He goes, yeah. I'm like, he's like, it's for sale. It was $48,000, and I was
ooh.
What year?
It was the car. I don't know what.
What year did you see it?
I had $48,000 to spare. I don't know. It was probably like 12 years ago or something like that. It's been a minute. But I also remember when they remade the Dukes of Hazzard. The Duke boys went to like a college for some reason, and people are throwing rocks at them, and like they can see the roof of the car, and they don't understand why there's so much hate for the rebel flag on the roof of their car. It's funny. That's a good moment in the movie. Johnny Knoxville, I think, is one of the Duke boys. Yeah.
You know who's got a good flag is
my cousin has a tattoo. He has a rebel flag tattoo on his arm, and I'm just like, what is that? Although technically it's a bald eagle ripping it, and he didn't mean it that way. But it's almost Ameri-patriotic in that way. It's an American bald eagle ripping the rebel flag apart. But he definitely didn't mean it that way when he got it.
Oh,
with these state flags.
He can retcon it now.
Posted the state flag so we could mock the shitty ones and pump up the good
I
ones.
like a state flag or any flag to be simple and recognizable, and its own. Texas stands out to me as a particularly good one.
California's got the best state flag, and it's the most recognizable. It's awesome.
I think a child should be able to draw your flag. Like, Texas is great.
Yeah, I would say Texas is the most recognizable. Well, I guess California gets to cheat in that competition because they wrote California on it.
I was just saying, Mike from Everyday No Days Off, like his shirt was just masterful. Like it's the California flag, and he just took and erased the arms off of the front of the bear, and it's like no right to bear arms. Yeah.
Is it all tipped over? Its head's in the dirt.
It's great.
Dude, he must have been on acid looking out of his third eye to come up with that one. That's so good.
Yeah. Minnesota's flag sucks. They just changed theirs to now it looks more like the Somali flag. Boo. Don't like that.
I don't like
the Somali flag. The Minnesota flag, the Texas flag have the level of detail that I think makes a flag right. California,
South Carolina, it's good.
Look at Ohio huffing their own farts. Oh, we can't have a rectangle. Get real. You need a special flag shape. And then Maryland there, that's slick. I like that. That's very fancy. That's like an old timey like banner.
That's not so we have different tastes in flags.
Yeah, Hawaii's, I didn't even know they cheated. That's last second. The flag was due. Like,
I like Alaska's.
There's like a couple stars.
It's the Big Dipper.
Georgia's is all right.
Big Dipper.
I've said this before, but South Carolina, a little Middle Easty for my taste.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I do see it. I didn't see it until you said it.
Yeah, you showed that to most people. Who are like, this is the fucking flag of Qatar. They'd be like,
South
makes
Carolina
sense.
Is the opposite.
Those people love moons. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the Little Dipper.
Oh, on Alaska?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't fight you over it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The Big Dipper has another star. It's like above.
What would you fight him over?
Ooh. What would you fight him over?
What would I fight who over?
I don't like the Colorado flag that much. The more I look at it, the more it feels
let's step outside. Let's step outside.
Yeah. Going hand to hand.
Obviously, the Missouri flag is the best. It's got two bears.
I had a dream that I fought a duel, and it was in old timies. Me and the other guy had swords, and I challenged him to a duel. I just dreamed that today. I just remember that for some reason. He wanted.
Did you win?
Though. Yeah, he chose pistols, and we went to those old timey like flintlock pistols, and I shot him. Yeah.
Did you watch Righteous Gemstones?
Wow. Every character in there speaks through Danny McBride's mouth and with his personality. And Danny McBride's personality is the character he portrays in every movie and TV show he's done for the last 20 years. Mm-hmm. And I'm just over it. I like Vice Principals. I like Eastbound and Down. I like him in movies in small roles and large. I liked him in Alien Covenant. I liked him back in the day in Tropic Thunder, of course. But I was going to say Pineapple Express. He was a great character there. But he's always the same guy. And when I watch Righteous Gemstones, because he writes and probably co-produces and directs and does all kinds of shit on that show, even his sister character, like his brother characters, they all speak with that shitty point of view that he has. They have his personality, and because he's writing them all. And I'm over it. I couldn't get into Righteous Gemstones, even though I like John Goodman. I watched the first season and I just quit.
There's a good dueling scene in there. I didn't know if that's why you like subconsciously just like you don't see a lot of duels these days.
I wish that you did. I wish you did. I wish dueling would come back. We should legalize dueling. I like that. Is it Washington State that has the mutual combat?
Texas.
Texas does too?
Yeah.
Okay. I think maybe there's somewhere in the Pacific Northwest that does mutual combat, because I remember seeing like two guys square off in the street, and the cop was like, "You're good with this? You're good with this?"
Yeah.
All right.
Do you get to call a timeout or I'm done in mutual combat?
So that's where it gets tried legally at the point at which somebody is past the point of consent. you know, like you're fighting
Usually
and there's no,
does.
yeah, right.
Yeah. That's surprising that it's only Washington and Texas. That seems like the kind of thing more of
Really?
America would be on board with. Like two people agree, we're going to engage in fisticuffs.
Yeah.
You know, go
I'm
bananas.
glad you looked it up because I thought it was everywhere.
No, I guess not. I guess you can't, if you are in North Carolina, you can't agree to fight your neighbor. And then if the cops show up, be like, this is a mutual combat scenario, officer. He's going to be like, not in North Carolina, it isn't.
I've
You're
never
under
known
arrest.
anybody to call the cops over a fight in my whole life. Like I've been party to, watched, been adjacent to, and like gone to parking lots, and I've seen dozens of fights and people get the shit beaten out of. I've never heard of anybody going to the cops over it. It's just not done.
I would think that I was thinking more like an observer, like a nosy neighbor, perhaps.
They get their ass beat by the look. You're gonna tell on two guys who are perfectly fine with beating the shit out of each other.
I would watch.
In that scenario, I wouldn't call the police. I could imagine another one.
Oh, an
where,
assault. Yeah,
Well, like
sure,
where
that's
there's a big
fair.
guy, a little guy, and a little guy clearly doesn't want this, you know, like let's get
But
some
his
cops
ego's
here.
making him.
Yeah.
No, like he's saying, please don't. I didn't mean to.
That's
and the
assault.
guy's like, you know,
The guy's pummeling him while he's holding out the contract, like that they both agreed to. You know, I would
Yeah.
if they were. I
Stop
wouldn't want it in my yard.
consenting.
Yeah.
my father
If they were
broke up a
fighting in
fight
my
when I
yard.
was little, and I thought it was cool. Here's how I remember it. I was young, so this is going to be mostly right. Two young guys were walking, and someone driving their car like almost hit them. It was in a movie theater parking lot, so the speeds were low. And I think the teenagers got a little sassy with the driver, like, hey, kind of thing. Driver gets out. He's going to beat these children. The kids are like 14 and the driver's like 19 or something like that. And my father sees the kids clearly about to lose the fight who don't want this. And he like steps in to make sure that they don't get beat up. And somewhere along the way, like it just became very clear that the crowd was on my father's side and that there was a scuffle. Like the two of them ended up on the hood of the car, my father and this kid. And the hood of the car was badly damaged and damaged anyway. And then it became, the teenager realized like this was only going to get worse for him. And he left. He had been drinking too. So that's probably why he was a bad driver. Anyway, that's the scenario that pops in my head when I'm like, this is not mutual combat. These are small people who don't want to fight and a big guy who does, and call the police or do something.
Yeah, I've never seen the cops get called on a fight. A guy jumped in my cousin's window one time, and there was a crowd trying to jump him, and he started driving with the guy halfway in his window and ran the guy into a mailbox. Like his ass and hips ran it into a mailbox. Not fast.
Wow.
I'd have to drag him out of the car. Nobody got called. Nobody called the cops.
You would get hurt?
I mean, he didn't go back to check.
Oh, okay.
He had shown up to fight somebody, and instead he was met with a mob of people to beat him up. You know how some people have like stare off into space when they're just like, you know, in their own head? Apparently he has a look on his face when he's doing that says fuck you. and so he'll be pumping gas and he'll be like, somebody will be like, fuck's your problem? And he's just like, me? It's like all the time. Like I've seen it happen. That and you know, he likes pussy too much, or at least he used to. Last time I was around him, he was always fucking with somebody's girlfriend, and there would be an attack. There would be a fight over that. His truck was always ended up like beaten up with a hammer while he was in bed asleep, or sugar in the gas tank, or tire slashed.
He had a lot of enemies.
Oh yeah, like.
Who was this again? I think I missed
Scott.
it.
This is Gator.
This is
Avius.
Gator's slinging dick all over Hart County over there. All of every woman in Hartwell apparently, and you know, then having to fight over it. Just he would be in a fight every fucking month. That was scary, you know.
Before we jump on to the next thing, we're going to hear from a wonderful sponsor, Blue Chew. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2025 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at bluechew.com. Chew it and do it. And now a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Again, that is bluechew.com, BLUECHEW.com, promo code PKA to get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. $5, that's nothing.
Nothing.
And it's you're gonna love it. And as always, Tadalafil. Take the Kyle recommendation to heart. Woody and I did. Never failed us. Tadalafil. That's what we recommend.
Hammer nails with that bitch.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be so hard. Don't tell your girlfriend. And she'll be like, wow, I'm doing an even better job getting him hard today. And then you just let her have that bit of confidence. And you also don't tell her that you're taking lock and load so that you have big comes and she just like, it's good for your relationship. She's like, wow, he really is attracted to me. Now she's walking a little higher the next day. Now she's putting a little more fucking effort in that meal. You know, now she's cleaning a little more thoroughly. Maybe there's not as much shit from her makeup bag all over the vanity. You know, these are
the benefits of lock and load.
These are the benefits of lock and load, guys. And so get lock and load, code PKA or code Jizz.
Fucking toothpaste out of the sink. Why wouldn't you?
Maybe she'll pick up her fucking wet towel off the floor of the bathroom. Hang it back up and put it in a hamper. Hypothetically. Who's to say? But it's going to help. You're going to love it. Lock and load, code PKA, code Jizz. And as always, pre-workouts, weight loss supplements, dream supplements. Derek makes a ton of shit over there. All of it efficaciously dosed, obviously. And all of it 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz. So check that out. You're going to like it. And of course, the merchandise. I think there might be a new thing or two. We need to make a free Kyle, free FPS Russia shirt. Yeah, check out the merch. Merch code is PKA10. Lock and load, code PKA or code Jizz. And also check out Blue Chew. You'll love it.
Richard, last time you were on, you told us that you were on some like special dating site for highly attractive and successful men that only the hottest girls could get into or something. How's that going?
Yeah. So, man, I'm gonna unload all the details here.
Perfect.
So I thought I would take dating as serious as everything else in life, and spend some money and time on it. I can't believe I'm telling this.
Thailand,
I won't tell anyone.
Well, because I've done some anonymous interviews, but I'll just go ahead. Like, it's the internet, whatever. Only everyone will know. So I wanted to do, like, again, if you start doing these thought exercises in life, and you're 80 years old, 90 years old, and you look back on your life, what would it be worth it to you to spend on potentially finding the one, or somebody who, even if it's not the one, somebody who takes up a meaningful part of your life, you have kids with and stuff like that. What is that value worth to you? And I was like, I'm going about this all wrong, risking all this on Bumble or Tinder or whatever. Shit, sorry, my dog.
Military dog.
Yeah, it was the little one.
For those who are audio only, like, which one just freaked out? Was it the cute little baby dog, or was it
the little one right there?
He's got like a Belgian Mal. He's got like maybe something else that looks like a Mal mix or a Shepherd mix, and then he's got like a little cutesy
Cavaliers
lapdog that an old lady
It is.
would have.
It's a Cavalier. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great. I love those.
Jesus. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm eating tacos. And I got some burrito tacos in here, and they're the little one is he's a little aggressive when it comes to food and stuff. But anyways, sorry. So I was like, I'll take take this seriously. What is it worth to me? And I was spending again in this assessment of screen time in my life. I don't talk about this in the book, but looking at the amount of screen time I was spending on dating apps, I was like, oh my God. And this is yielding nothing for me as far as dates and stuff like that. So I started looking into matchmakers, other dating apps. There's like Blush, which is kind of like a douchey way of putting it is like, it's kind of like Raya in a lot of ways where people, they have to be vetted to get in. Mm-hmm. But there's also a matchmaking component to it where you can have matchmaking services for a fee associated with it. Also tried different matchmakers locally and nationally because for me, it was about shots on goal and trying to meet as many people as possible to find somebody who is. Right. Yeah. Right. And it's really weird because it did end up meeting somebody and it like just clicked. I'm like, oh my God, that she is just an amazing human being, like extremely sweet, like just counterbalance to my tilt in so many different ways. Just so sweet. I don't know how to explain it other than I've heard people say, when you know, before. And I'm like, oh my God, that's the only way I could describe it. Because again, there were so many people in these processes that on paper should have worked. I'm going to try not to give out too many specifics about the individuals, but I would not be surprised if you told me that one of these organizations was a front for intelligence in some way, shape, or form, because the people that they were setting me up with, like one, I swear she could have been a knock, like multiple passports, extremely wealthy family, worked in non-official cover.
Okay.
Typically, associated with people who work in intelligence in some way, shape, or form. Their roles vary and whatnot, but multiple passports, made substantial amount of money in oil. No. That's
a telltale.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. The FBI loves recruiting from that group.
Interesting.
It
Why?
checks a lot of boxes.
Why?
I didn't know.
Why do you?
I don't remember they were talking about. There's a bunch of things, but I'll find the article that.
Okay.
I remember there was this checklist of things that they look for in an agent, and it's like they get halfway there by picking a Mormon.
Yeah, I mean, so we went on some dates and everything. It was, she was fantastic, like, extremely attractive and everything, but it just didn't feel right in that sense. Didn't work out. Again, I can't really say what her role was, but she was in. She looked like a supermodel. And you on paper would be attracted, most people, to her, but because she was very much a peer to me in we'll say the tech sector and artificial intelligence, and specifically the military, or the military industrial complex in a greater sense, I was like, this isn't even remotely attractive to me. But like, if you were like, because it's like, oh, this is totally like an amazing human being that I would go hang out with. But like, that doesn't attract me in any way, shape, or form. And so, that was
It could have been Jack Ryan.
It could have been a very, that was a fairly high-end service, that was, a substantial amount of money. And I found that, again, it was just a numbers game in a lot of ways.
Is that where you met the woman that you think is pretty cool?
No. So I don't want to dox her, because I'm fairly private about these things over the years. Like everyone I've ever dated, I never even really publicly showed them online or anything like that. But it was through Hinge, funny enough.
Good one.
and so the funny thing about Hinge was, and I didn't even realize until after the fact when I talked to some people, they thought that I was fake, like it was a catfishing profile. And I'm like, of all the people somebody could catfish with, why the fuck would they choose me? Like, I'm not that attractive, like I'm not that successful, like I mean, like I mean, why wouldn't you catfish somebody else or with somebody else? But anyways, the way I found using Hinge as a successful thing, at least for me, was paying for the upgraded service so that you could see the people who have liked you. And instead of spending time swiping, I kind of use that as a queue of people to reach out to directly if they had it in their bio, so that I could reach out to them on Instagram. They could see it was legitimately me and not somebody catfishing. Be like, hey, what's going on? Do you want to go out sometime or something like that? That way we don't have to exchange numbers or anything like that. And that way, you know, and but I didn't want to date like a bunch of chicks at one time. Like, because it just gets confusing, like people's stories and stuff like that. I felt like it's easier to like, hey, let's see initial impressions. Do we want to date some more or whatever? If not, then move on. And so,
but isn't that is a little bit fun? Like when you're early in the dating process again, being like every date, you know, like, all right, I get to go down like the list of hits. Like the ones I know are winners.
Thank you. And all of a sudden you're working out a tight 5 because you're doing this every night. And now you got your stories formatted and you got your punchlines timed just right. Like,
well,
you're like, yeah, man, so, I am so funny.
Here's the thing, though.
Everyone likes that joke.
Everyone likes
she disappeared. She disappeared in my queue. Because I was taking too much time, like, you know, like in between, because, you know, you maybe go on like one date a week or something like that, and then you know, that's 4 dates or whatever is a month. You know, she'd already like found somebody, whatever. So I like reached out on Instagram, and she was like, "Oh no, I'm flattered. I appreciate it, but I actually deleted my account. I'm dating somebody now, and I don't want to date multiple people or anything like that." And that whole, you know, process. And I really respected that. I thought that was awesome. I was like, oh, cool. That's great. I'm super excited. Awesome. Thanks for letting me know and everything. Yeah. Fucking heart is broken. But then like,
so I hacked into her Wi-Fi. Let me tell you.
I sent a drone to her house. So I sent her a picture of my dog being sad and being like, look what you've done.
I sent her a picture of her.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. It's like all AI stuff is like, here's you. No, but it was the holidays. It was the holidays. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. People are going to be traveling and stuff like that. Whatever. I'm like, you know, whatever. I'm going to focus on, you know, work on this other stuff anyways. And then she reached back out to me like a month or two later. It's like, hey, look, if you're still open to go out sometime, I didn't pan out with this other person or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure. And honestly, it was like so perfect in so many ways. I didn't believe it. I thought that there had to be something off. Like what's the catch or whatever. Like,
it's great, man.
Amazing human being. Yeah, she's awesome.
And she doesn't work for like Lockheed Martin, which is big for you.
No.
Does she live in like easy drive distance?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean that's great. Like I met her family and stuff, just all around amazing human beings. Like, you know, extremely.
When was your first date, roughly?
December.
Oh, okay. So it's been a bit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is this guy praising this woman 10 days in?
Yeah.
The FBI and CIA recruit heavily from the Mormon population because they're usually cheaper to do security clearances on. They often speak another language from their mission trips, and they usually have a low risk lifestyle. So you don't have to worry about their being having their gambling or their drug abuse, etc., turned against them by a foreign actor.
Interesting.
That does make sense.
And they're patriots from the Midwest. It's a good group to cut from.
Well, not Midwest.
Utah's
not the Midwest.
It's not. It is to me. I'm from Georgia.
No,
we're there in the middle of the West.
That's the Middle East.
No, I'm.
No, that's
as someone from the Midwest, Utah. They're not in the club.
It does feel like the middle of the West. I feel like Midwest is actually Central America, and they're poorly named.
Central America. Yeah, now it's going to be
Central
very
America, the Middle
Yeah.
East.
Because when I hear Central America, I
Yeah,
think,
New
Iowa-
Jersey's in the
Iowa's
Middle East.
yeah. Well, is that really what you think? Being on the East Coast, do you think of Utah as like a Midwest state?
Maybe not like culturally, but geographically, yeah, it's in the middle of the West. You know, they all kind of stack up over there. Just because you're another 200 miles to the left, I don't put you in a new category. You're not exactly Western to me.
What is their category? Are they a mountain state?
Yeah, they got to be a mountain state. Like I think them and Colorado have the most mountains, right?
Awful.
That's where all the best skiing is.
Dude, the ground is 5,000 feet high there. It's
Well, I'd
fucking
say
ridiculous.
California has the most mountains, right?
I hate being in high altitude.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about. I just don't think of California for skiing though. That's never the thing in my head. I always think
the
Utah
mountain
and
ranges literally
Colorado.
go from San Diego all the way up through the north. I don't know.
There probably is great skiing there. I don't know. But
Well, you got
yeah,
Tahoe, Big Bear. Not necessarily great skiing, but you have skiing.
I do like people will say Ohio is the Midwest, and that seems kind of out there. It's like that's so far east. Like that touches Pennsylvania. That can't be part of the Midwest. Because if that's in the Midwest,
it touches the Great Lakes.
well, so Pennsylvania's in the Midwest, and you know what else is in the Midwest is Western New York. Western New York, yeah. Parts of Maryland.
Maryland does not touch the Great Lakes.
No, they touch West Virginia, which touches Ohio, which is
Technically,
right under
Pennsylvania
Michigan.
borders Canada-ish.
I remember
true.
the first Yankee I met as a kid. One of my buddies, his cousin from Maryland came down, and he called Coke Pop, and we didn't talk to him after that.
Yeah, I don't like pop.
We were all on Lake Hartwell, like out there, I don't know, having mud fights, and this motherfucker's like, "I'm thirsty. Is there any pop?" And we all looked at him like he just said,
You take
I'm
your
a
cool
lizard
flag
man.
and get out of here, sir.
"Yeah, that was it. That was it."
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to talk to Gareth anymore.
If you're cultured, it's always been soda. It's not Coke. It's not pop.
I was going to ask, do people call non-Coke Coke there? Like if there was a
Yeah.
Pepsi, would they call it everything's
Yeah,
Coke?
see, there's a
Carbonated.
really good like diagram that shows where people call soda Coke and soda and pop and so on and so forth. But in the Southeast, Coke is a big one for it's ubiquitous for soda. But I at some point I started calling them all sodas and just saying soda.
Wow, I found that map quick. The
Same
soda
thing with
pop.
like what people call big rigs versus 18 wheelers versus semis, or fireflies versus lightning bugs. Yeah.
Look at
Wow.
that. Use the one I put, Zach, because it's like a heat map.
They claim North Carolina calls it. What is that? A little soda, a little nothing? Or is
Coke.
that soft
drink. Yeah.
Is it yellow?
Soft
now?
drink?
I'm going at full screen. I don't see any yellow. Maybe
Nobody,
Texas Panhandle.
nobody says
Wait.
soft drink.
What is the most southern part of the Panhandle? Is the Oklahoma part, right?
That'd be El Paso, right? But like,
What is the?
well, I guess maybe Amarillo, and yeah.
Up from San Antonio.
Anyway.
Look at
I'm
the
having a-
brave St. Louisans battling back against the pop horde with soda.
Well,
Yeah,
you can
you're
see.
right.
Look, you can see where Chicago is, like right there.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
well, Chicago's a little south of that, but
It's interesting that Georgia's not more
because that's
green.
Wisconsin. That's Milwaukee, I think, right?
I'm looking at Illinois and that big red splotch that moves from it into Missouri, right there. That's Chicago, right?
No, that's St. Louis.
That's St. Louis.
Oh,
Chicago is, yep.
oh,
Look
okay.
at that. Zach knows where Chicago
Yeah, you're
is.
right, because the Great Lakes there. I remember.
Is that Milwaukee north of Chicago? Is that the red spot?
I guess Milwaukee, because in my head I was like, well, what's another city in Wisconsin? Madison? again?
Geography.
Yeah. Geography. People love it. They say, talk about maps more. Talk about things we can't see.
We got a big contingent of cartographers in the audience, and they just
Mhm.
jerk it to this talk.
They said, talk about dialect maps. Even more. Zach, pull up more dialect. Don't
I want to see
Oh,
the semi
interested.
one, the big rig, the 18-wheeler.
Oh, yeah.
What do you
Those
call it?
all sound right to me. Like if I
Yeah.
hear someone say a big rig or a semi, like
We say
both sound
18-wheeler.
correct.
I grew up saying
18-wheeler sounds
18-wheeler.
correct.
I grew up saying tractor trailer, although that sounds juvenile to me currently.
I might say that too. I said them
Yeah.
all. I can't think of which one really hits home the most to like 15-year-old Southern Kyle.
Semi is what we'd say here.
Yeah.
When you're
Semi is
exposed
what
to
I
enough
say currently. I feel like
movies and
that's what
TV,
grown-ups
like,
say.
Mix them all together.
That's what grown-ups say.
Yeah, tractor trailer feels childish to me. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just Northeast. Yeah, the semi-master race conquering. And then Florida. Florida's always
Nobody lives in the
its own
blue
thing.
states there.
Well, that's
Just land.
Most of the people.
that's just land. No, I think most people are in there. 18-wheeler.
I've
That's
decided.
solid too. That's
Well,
fun.
Alabama's to blame for that. The ban.
They're to blame for a lot.
Oh
of
yeah.
things.
What? Name one
Roll on.
bad thing.
Roll on 18-wheeler.
Birmingham. The federal penitentiary they have there. That place sucks.
Birmingham is terrible.
I've never been.
It took a second. It took a second. Yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that
it
place
was
is-
great. I could have asked for a nicer prison to stay in it, as far as like the facilities and the food and the air
That's such a
conditioning.
funny
This-
way to
like,
say
I have
that.
no complaints. Like I would have. It would have been nice if there were pillows, maybe a thicker mattress. But that shower pressure, that hot water, the facilities were wonderful. It was the hottest summer in memory. It was getting up to triple digits, and they had these badass air conditioners. And when they broke down one day, the crew was there at 10 a.m. on the roof, like getting those things working again. I was so thankful for that. That was besides rape, my biggest fear going in was not having AC during what was going to be a incredibly hot summer in the South.
Mm-hmm.
Free
Yeah, that would
FPS
suck.
Russia.
And you'd be around a bunch of other men. And so if you're going to be getting stinky, they're going to be getting stinky. And now everything's gross.
Oh, yeah.
You get
whole
your ass
day's
whooped for
ruined.
being stinky. Nobody was stinky.
Well, I wasn't meaning like out of negligence. I was meaning like if the AC didn't work and it's like, you can't shower all day.
You can. If you stink, if you're stinking around those people, share it. It's not like working with a stinky guy. It's like having a stinky guy in the bunk bed with you and across from you and in the TV room, and he's always going to be dirty, touching the common items like the microwave, the TV remotes, the chairs that we all share. This is all of our houses that we all live in, and if you disrespect your shit, you disrespect my shit, and like my little bubble of air is part of my shit. So people will get fucked up for being stinky. They will.
How did shower times work? Could you just walk in the
Anytime you
shower anytime?
Yeah. It's a big like open. There's no doors. There's just like you walk around into the corner of the building, and there's the like bathroom facility, and there's I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 sinks, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 stalls with doors. I don't think there were urinals, but there might have been. Yeah, maybe there were 2 or 3 urinals. It's kind of hard to remember. And then off to the side, there was the showers that were in a row together, just concrete block cubbies, just like you've seen in the movies, but with dividers and shower curtains behind you. Like,
Did everyone eat at the same time 3 times a day?
no, not at all. They ate whenever they wanted. Mostly, like meals were served on a schedule in the kitchen. Like if you want to go to the chow hall, but a lot of people eat out of commissary. Like if you got the money to do commissary, then. And that's what I did. I ate I went to the chow hall maybe twice the whole time I was there.
Oh.
And I mostly ate. I was trying to lose weight, so I was mostly eating that chili that I got out of the commissary and reading my Harry Potter books and walking around the track. That's about all I did, and slept.
Did you get a vibe for the food? Was it good, bad, awful?
It was good. It was better than high school food.
Oh, wow. So
Fried
at least
chicken,
a 2 out of 10.
like fried chicken day. It was like, yeah, this was like, if I made fried chicken, it looked like this. This is like full size, like drumsticks and thighs and
It's
breasts.
free?
Like, yeah.
But you opted against it most of the time. Did you feel unsafe or just not?
I didn't want to like go in there. I didn't want to get up and go. Like it was as little as that. And also I was eating every other day 800 calories. So I wasn't going to go in there and eat good food. I was going to stay on my chili diet, which, probably led to that constipation issue I had. Yeah.
Needed an oatmeal diet.
That might have helped. I probably needed a little more fiber. Although you would think chili would do the trick.
Yeah, the beans.
I was a loaded cannon. It was weeks. I was so close to going and asking the nurse for help.
It's like a musket rifle, just getting loaded and loaded and loaded and never fired.
You ever get a Red Ryder BB gun and just keep cocking that motherfucker? You're like 175, 176.
It's got recoil of like a 308 when you shoot it.
As a kid, I thought it would. I've never. I think I shot one through a chronometer one time, and it's real diminishing results after a while. You know, you're not adding much pressure, and definitely not getting any more velocity really.
All right. Well, here, I know the people who watch the videos might not appreciate this, but I was stuffing my face with tacos when Taylor was doing the read. But if you want to see, I'm actually in the studio right now, and I was trying to put some stuff together for you guys for Lock and Load. Because one of the things I want to do is just like make a bunch of commercials for friends and their stuff and what they got going on and everything. So I've been doing a bunch of slow-mo shots and everything to kind of
where's this going?
Yeah. So I want like Derek sent me I guess the blue raspberry energy drink that they got in the pre-workout and stuff now and everything too. So I'm like, fuck it, dude, man. I like anybody who does that. Like, I'm gonna show you guys some love. So I put together a little a commercial. I'm kind of curious y'all's feedback because this is a little short notice. I haven't really had time to color grade all of this and everything and get some good music, but I think you'll get the point. If there's anything else that you might want to see.
Audio, turn it up. Let's hear it.
So I was what could I do that conveys it without actually showing it? So like ropes, doing battle ropes, the emoji, the eggplant emoji and rain. And then I was like, how can I convey busting a nut? So using like the nutcracker or like the hammer, I'll probably pull one of those out. But then like music, I need to figure that out. But if there's anything you guys want to see in there, just let me know and I'll put all this together and use it for whatever.
That's fun. I like that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I've been so tempted to get that AI video tool.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna get it. It's, like I said, it's $250 a month, but I think it might be fun to fuck around with. And I was playing poker yesterday and went on a fucking roll. And then I played today and one more. I'm on a real hot streak. And then I dominated in code names yesterday. Went undefeated. It's just everything's coming up, Kyle Taylor.
Are you sure you were undefeated in code names yesterday?
Yes, I'm sure I was undefeated. Yeah,
what's code names?
It's a word game we play with our fans in our Patreon Discord. So it's like us and 20 other guys playing this word game.
Yeah, it's like a word association inference game. It's very, very fun. It's a good social game because most of it is like verbal contributions, and which then kind of becomes insults if you have a bad idea, or rarer praise if you have a good idea.
We have two different guys who are dyslexic, and they're like, me. I want to give the clues, and it's like, oh fuck, here we go again. It's literally
it's a great time.
and he's the captain of our word team. So that gets a little
and he can't be bullied out of it. I respect that about Can Crusher so much. No matter what, he could have like an 0 for 8 showing. He could be getting ripped by everyone. He could not care less. He'll click right back in next time and in his head, you've heard his rationalization, right? Where he's like, if any of these guys bullying me, if they were around me, I could like tear their arms off if I wanted to. He's the super strong man kind of guy.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
DMT lover, weightlifting aficionado, code names. I would say novice. I would say maybe apprentice would be
Journeyman.
even. I don't know if he's a journeyman.
I mean, he's learning. I'm not sure if I'm going to put him on the line yet, but his entertainment value is second to none because he can't read or write good. And those are the core principles of the game. it's like hurdles with a one-legged man or something. It's a shit show. It's fun to engage in. We had a good hangout. We got a new girl.
Girl or two.
A girl or two is a good way to put it. We got a new girl or two, and then Rev showed up dressed as Felix the Faggot.
Yeah,
as Taylor coined his new character name, which had me laughing all fucking night. This guy shows up. This guy shows up cosplaying like Felix the Fox, which is a character I'm not familiar with.
I thought he was a cat.
He had fox ears, I believe. Yeah. And he did say he was Felix the Fox. But he had like a crop top and I think some fake titties in, and he's not an effeminate looking man, so he wasn't really pulling it off, in my humble opinion.
No,
he didn't even shave, right?
He didn't shave.
I don't think he shaved.
Well, the Felix the Fox is a hairy guy too. So
Facts.
our girl.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if Felix the Fox is a girl, but
I liked how much of a kick you got out of Felix the Faggot.
Dude, I was rolling when you said it so fast. It was so funny. We had a good hangout.
It was fun.
If you add Rev, then definitely 2 whole girls. So that was interesting.
We're having to do some like back of the napkin math on how many actual girls.
Between
the 3 of them, 2 solid women. Okay.
Yeah. I mean girls are girls, right, Taylor?
Sure. Why not?
No, not really though.
Soon they'll be robots. But in the truest sense, no.
Titties I disagree with. I don't like people saying fake tits. I always said if you could touch them, they're real enough.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. The only like reprehensible thing to me is like a breast reduction.
Have you met a girl with some fake titties before? Have you ogled and groped a fake titty before, Taylor?
Yeah, and they're fine. They're
all good. Usually fine. They're usually fine. Yeah, especially like if they're under if she had big titties to start with, like if she went from a C to a D, you can't really tell unless you like bite the shit out of them.
Because she had a natural amount of meat to kind of exactly make that transition. But if you're like Paris Hilton level skinny and you want big old knockers, it's going to be so tight. It's going to look like bodybuilder skin, and there's not enough like natural boob.
You see the ripples in the implant when the skin is too tight, especially at the bottom. It like the skin like ripples and you can see it wrapping around and hugging the implant. It looks funky. But in general, titties are titties.
Yeah, the technology's there, folks. Like this isn't 1965 when they were really experimenting with it. They've got it down. They've got the special saline bags, or not saline, what is silicone now?
So what's the next? All right, so we've already got a surgery to make dudes taller, make girls like we're boobier. We do surgeries on our penises and our vaginas to make them prettier. We do. I already said the bone extending
penis surgeries.
I saw a guy go from 5.
You might have been talking about a circumcision.
Yeah, circumcisions to the surgery that most of the world does to make their dicks prettier, or at least most of the civilized world.
It's actually not even close. It's actually not even vaguely close.
It's a surgery that all the cool people
How is it not close, Taylor? It is a surgery that people do to their privates to be more attractive.
I'm saying just objectively, it's not a majority thing. Most of the world doesn't do it.
You sure
That's
about that?
the part he was pushing
positive.
Back on.
Yeah.
All the Christians, Jews, and that doesn't get to most of the world?
I don't think all the Christians do it. Right? I don't think Europe
falling out of style.
Europeans don't do it. The Asians don't do it. If China and India don't do it, it's already most.
I read on Reddit all the time where there's an Indian or a Southeast Asian dude. He's like 25 and he's getting an adult circumcision, and they're talking about how it's the most excruciating elective surgery that you can get.
Why? Why would you get it if you're already a grown up and you're already there?
Because women say ew, Taylor. Because women say ew. They're not all pretty and perfect. Some of them don't open all the way up. Some of them don't work right.
If it doesn't open all the way up, now that makes sense. You need to fix something. But getting your dick skin chopped off because some whore is gonna like it marginally more.
Dude, I'd get my fucking face cut off if it got me more pussy. What are you talking
about? Brother, you send green texts.
I don't text people. Who uses text anymore? I'm on WhatsApp and Signal and fucking the Snapchat. Like I don't use that shit. Instagram. I don't use text. I text anybody. And look, anyone who's gonna look down on my Android lifestyle, all I hear about is I don't get it. I don't get the iPhone community. I don't get the Apple fucking ecosystem. I don't want to be part of it. Android's got the same shit, and I think it's better. I just think it's better. And I don't care if it's not. How much better is the Apple product?
It's not any
10% better? No. Is it 5% better? No. Like you might be like, oh, my camera sensor actually does this. Are you a photographer? Are you a fucking professional photographer? If you are, why don't you have a real camera? You know, like I don't want to hear it. Security issues. The fappening was the whole thing was iPhone. I don't know how they got a girl to buy their product after everybody saw Jennifer what's her name's butthole.
Lawrence.
I want Jennifer Lawrence's butthole should have had an Apple logo right on the left cheek. I don't know why anyone would buy that product. All I hear is about security issues in the Apple ecosystem. I want no part of it. And I don't care about security. I care about affordability, because the idea of that trendy like consumerism of every year, I need another $1,200 piece of plastic that's a little bit better than the last one. I want my $700 Google Pixel that does everything I want and more. And I'll use it for 3 years until I drop it. And I'm not going to put a case on it, and I'll get a new one.
Last time I got a phone, I had been on the Samsung S4 or something for fucking years. Like I had a phone for like 7 years, and which is a long time to have a phone in modern day. And then when I went back, because of the way the upgrade thing worked, it was iPhone or Android, and they were both the same price. And I had been getting hounded by my friends for sending green texts for years. And I'm like, all right, let's go iPhone this time around to see if there really is a difference. No discernible difference. Maybe it's the way I use my phone. I use like the internet search, maps, Twitter, and like Amazon if I'm on the go and I need to like look for something that I forgot to buy. And even then, if I'm using Amazon, I'm usually going to use my laptop or my PC here, because if I go on my phone too much, I'll just impulse buy nonsense. But there is no distinguishable difference. The Samsung and the iPhone, they're the same thing.
And the integration with the watches and the other stuff, like I like my Samsung watch. I've looked at Apple watches and I'm sure they do everything, but it looks like a plastic toy to me. And my Samsung watch looks like a nice chronograph watch. And it does everything.
Which ecosystem has more apps?
I can't imagine there's a discernible difference.
I don't know.
I think the main differences are going to be like your AI assistant, your maps that they use, and what new tools that's providing.
All the apps I use are going to be on both. Like, there's like both of them are going to have ESPN and YouTube.
There's one paramotor flying app that's really important to me called Fly Sky High. And I recognize this is an argument that works on nobody else. But for me, it's iPhone, and that's why.
Oh, you can't even get it on Samsung?
Yeah, everyone begs the author to port it, and he's like, no. It doesn't make enough money for me to maintain two versions.
So the frustrating thing for me is you have Apple using ChatGPT as a wrapper for Apple Intelligence, essentially, in a lot of ways. And there's not a lot of conversation as to transparency around user data. And they say, oh, yeah, no, they have their big keynote presentation around how they're encrypting prompts and all these other different things. But I feel like this is one of those things that we're going to find out 5 years from now that it's like, oh, well, duh, of course, there was an exploit that every single time you prompted something that OpenAI was able to stockpile that and associate it with some type of user ID or something like that. Now all your sensitive information, like photos is a great example. You can search photos, and like people are like, well, they don't really think about the machine learning and the intelligence around just being able to search photos is fairly sophisticated. Like if you type in, I don't know, I think I typed in something like wasp or something because I was looking through some photos for some tarantula hawks and in my photos, and it found them. And I'm like, like being able to search an image like that when it's not on the like just metadata around it, like there is some massive security concerns around. I actually just I got really frustrated because Apple closes so much of their stuff off, like with iTunes and everything now with Apple Music and everything. I was so pissed. I like literally, you're gonna get a kick out of this because I go hard in the paint on just about everything that I do. I was so frustrated because I was like, how do I listen to music? I'm getting rid of all my streaming services, and I bought like a ton of like MP3 players or digital audio players, like the Hi-Fi Walker. Like got these Chinese old iPod Shuffle knockoffs and stuff like that. And another thing that I'm going back to is Blu-rays, because a lot of these streaming services they stream 720 video and not 4K, and it's like, well, screw this. I'm not paying a monthly subscription for this. I'll get a cheap Blu-ray. I'll rip it, because you're allowed to make a digital copy of it, and I'll put all this stuff on my servers, and I'll just get rid of all these streaming services and stuff like that. And again, this is kind of part of the process that I went through. Is like, if I'm gonna be convicted enough to purchase something, it's not going to be just easily gratifying. There's going to be some effort in it for me.
We use Plex for almost. I've replaced almost all my streaming paid services with a Plex server, and
really,
and just like one of the things that pushed me toward that is obviously the oligopoly that has been created in the streaming world. We worked backwards from the problem. We had this situation with cable where you had to get this massive package full of shit you didn't want if you just wanted to watch your teams play and watch a movie, and it was way too expensive. And then we split everything up, and you could bundle how you wanted. And now we've gone back the other way, where you feel like you really do need Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, HBO. If you're just going to know what's going on in pop culture, you need all of those. In Paramount,
do you want to watch sports?
Peacock. I have, and so just going from that upset me that you needed them all, but it's whatever. But then the quality of the product, I felt, started going down. The production cycles went down. All of a sudden, it's a year and a half between seasons, and it's like, I've got Apple TV for your show, and you can't crank me out a season every 18 months even.
And I want to binge it. Stop making it a fucking weekly episode.
I want to binge it too. And then the other thing is the episodes that are being removed from 90s and early 2000s sitcoms. There's about 8 episodes of South Park that are you're no longer able to watch. There's about 4 or 5 or 6 episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia you're no longer to watch. For a while, you couldn't watch the Dungeons and Dragons episode of Community because the Asian character comes cosplaying as a dark elf with blackface on. And it's like black as night blackface. And it's a funny gag. And they all rip him about it. Like, that ain't cool. That's not right. They turn it on him. Nobody goes, ha ha, look at you. Like, they don't think it's fun. They make fun of it. But that episode was unable to be viewed for a while.
But that gets back to the right to repair, right? So nobody's buying anything. You're licensing stuff. And so when you pay, it blows my mind. Like, you can pay $20 on Apple TV for a new movie whenever it comes out, and you're technically licensing it to keep it in the Apple ecosystem so that you can watch it relatively easy across devices at a shitty resolution. Or you can buy it on Blu-ray used for probably like $5 and get the borderline 4K resolution, put it on your server, and then stream it whenever you want to any of your devices at any resolution.
You can skip buying it if you wanted.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then, like, if you want to binge a series, you can do that as well. And
UFC is a good example. You want to talk about a business that I love? That I feel like
they call it pirating or smuggling. Is that what they call it?
The kids say a thing. I wouldn't know much.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
UFC's deal with ESPN is running out, and I don't think ESPN's happy with it. If you don't know how it's structured, essentially you have to pay a monthly fee for ESPN Plus or whatever. And that gives you the privilege of being able to even access a pay-per-view. It's the only way to get to it. That's in North America, USA anyway. And so you're paying like $15, $18 a month, something like that, just for the privilege of seeing a pay-per-view on your screen. And then to buy it, they are $80 each now. And the product has, everyone agrees, diminished, gotten worse. And they do a ton of these cards in the Apex Center, which is the building they own in Vegas. It's a soulless warehouse with echoes. It's not the environment you want to see a prize fight take place in. And it's embarrassing when fighters like retire there, or when, good fighters that you like have to fight there. It's a bad look for a company that's clearing like $4 or $6 billion a year or something crazy. Like they've got plenty of money. They could do whatever they wanted. Well, that deal's running out. The way that deal works, by the way, ESPN, I think there's a 300,000 number. I think that they have to get 300,000 pay-per-views per show to break even with ESPN or something like that. They're not, though. They're not averaging 300,000 per show. So ESPN has lost money on this deal. The hope is, for me anyway, that a Netflix or an Amazon Prime steps in and does limited commercial breaks, and they present the thing to you without shoving Modelo down my throat and without me paying all those extra fees and no pay-per-view. A no pay-per-view model on Netflix would make that sport explode. Right?
Oh,
like
interesting. Yeah.
I hope that Netflix drops some big money and they become because they're doing the WWE thing, right? They're already partnered with them. They're owned by the same company. They have the same owner, WWE and the UFC. There's no reason why they couldn't couple all that together. Bigger than what?
Like between those two properties, like
I don't know.
UFC
I don't because I know so little about WWE. It could be 10 billion, 100 billion, 2 billion a year. I genuinely don't know.
Okay, I was just curious.
But UFC has been every year. UFC has been making these leaps and bounds forward. COVID was massive for them.
And
they were the
UFC's
only
global
sporting
too,
event in town.
right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to be. They're making headrows in Africa and India and Asia. They're building facilities around the world, and they're trying to draw fighters from those untapped markets like India, China, those markets that if you can get a star from there, you get.
I don't think UFC is going to go backwards on their revenue model, though. They milk their product way too hard. A pay-per-view shouldn't have. I mean, what is it? 100 commercials in 2 hours? 200 commercials?
That's wild.
It is a crazy amount of commercials that I wouldn't accept on any other paid thing.
Single, double, triple, whopper.
I mean, stupid phone. There's so many commercials, and so there's the commercials, and then there's the stuff on there's the uniforms have a deal.
Branded.
The octagon itself is just covered with advertisements, and then it's a pay-per-view, and then as Kyle mentioned, you pay $15 a month, maybe something like that, for the ability to pay $70 or $80 for the pay-per-view. 80. But I don't see a world
when you introduced me to the sport back in 15 years ago, 14 years ago, maybe even less. 55 a month or a fight, 55 a pay-per-view,
right, which
felt fine for a good one, for sure.
It feels expensive to me, right? If you're an addict, it's worth it, I guess, which is where I was at the time. But it seems like too much. I wish it was 20. I wish it was the cost of a movie-ish.
Yeah.
But 55, now 80 is wild. They're almost mandating that you go in there with a group of friends and split it 4 ways.
For 80, they should give you access, and then they should send you like some collectibles from that fight. There should be like a print. There should be some shit you get. Something material.
It should be way more involved though too. Like there should be like cameras integrated into the the octagon and above, and you should be able to select around. It should be like borderline choose like interactive or just let them curate it.
That'd be nice.
Like the tech hasn't changed at all.
Where I was headed was like, how much do you think all those ads?
It's changed a little.
Like it's a little bit. I'm not phrasing it. If I were to pay you to watch these ads, how much would that be worth? I think a quarter, 25 cents maybe, right? To watch ads all night long. It's not a lot. So I can't imagine them saying, you know what? Forget about the $80. We'll have that many more quarters. No, they won't. They won't have that many more quarters. They can't go backwards.
I thought maybe I need to watch the video again to completely understand their financials, but it seemed like they don't care about the pay-per-view buys. It doesn't factor into their money as much anymore. ESPN wants them, but I think they've gotten a chunk from ESPN, just a flat fee, and that's why the cards are so shitty now, because they don't care if they sell them. Right. I think they need to sell. ESPN needs 300,000 buys per to break even. That's how much cash I think they just paid to UFC.
But the UFC system is set up that they could just dump garbage on ESPN, and who cares if it makes money? I follow.
Well, you get a Netflix model where like Netflix is like, you're not getting enough impressions. Like, we're not getting enough new subscribers. You need you got to get a Conor McGregor or Ronda Rousey. You got to put on some real cards. People aren't showing up for this, or maybe they still wouldn't care. I don't know. But the way it's currently monetized, the fan is the victim of the UFC, not the beneficiary of entertainment.
Is Netflix even the big guy future of streaming? Like, they really don't make that much.
It's my second favorite service, even now.
What's first?
YouTube.
Oh,
YouTube kicks out. I use YouTube I think,
pretty...
more than every other service combined, just because I'll even start like some movie on Hulu and be 20 minutes in and be like, this sucks. You know who doesn't suck? Outdoor Boys. I'm gonna watch Outdoor Boys. Yeah, for now. He'll be back. He'll have a Jordan season.
Unlimited DVR on YouTube TV is wild. Like being able to record, so unlimited DVR. So you record TV all you want. And so like for me, even my morning routine's optimized because I can turn on local weather and scrub through the news straight to the thing. And then boom, I'm done. I don't have to sit through anything. And there's so many really good advantages in like being able to scrub through with a YouTube TV. I love it.
Do you get sports on YouTube? Because I don't have YouTube TV. I have YouTube Premium. So like I don't have ads on YouTube, but I don't get any TV through it. So like, can you watch all the major sports? Because sports are so often just like you'll buy something thinking you get it. Like I've gotten like the streaming services on my TV where it's like, oh, playoff hockey's on. Oh, none of these services have it. I have to sign up for a trial run of this in order to watch this game. And then in my head, it's like, okay, well, I've got a trial run of the NHL thing now. And then you go to watch another game and it's like, oh no, idiot. Actually, moron, this game isn't based out of Edmonton like the one you bought. It's based out of Dallas. And so you now need Paramount Sports in order to get this one. And it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to methstreams.com and steal the content. Like, because fuck you. Crack streams or meth streams, one of those.
I've never heard of meth streams, but it's a methamphetamine reference, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's just a sports streaming service. And it's like obviously illegal. It's one of those things where like you have to click the play button a couple times before the hand comes up.
I'm unfamiliar with sites like this. I wouldn't know.
You get 12 viruses.
You're looking for the tiny little X to take the ad off.
Dude, I'll literally be on my laptop and I'll be like, nah, I don't do anything on this computer.
There is no fire hydrant.
There is no fire hydrant. I guess technically there's a little bit of the bike in that square. Maybe like you'd have clicked it. Yeah, but sports are the most annoying thing. Yeah, maybe the NHL is more annoying than NBA or NFL with that, but it's such a fucking pain in the ass just to have all the games available.
I don't know what the NHL is, but the NBA is terrible. I'm sure you'd feel the same way.
Okay, then it's probably the same setup NHL has.
But again, navigating all of the services is just such a pain in the dick for me. And that, The Office, actually, The Good Place was a really good example. Like, I love just watching some shows to wind down in the evening, even though I've seen them a million times, like The Office or The Good Place. And it'll shift from Netflix to this to that to Hulu or whatever. And it's like, dude, like I've already paid for this so many times over. Like why don't I just have it all and not have to deal with that?
That's why I have Peacock is for The Office. Because if you don't know, they every year for the last few years or every quarter maybe they've been releasing the extended versions for each season. They did it sequentially, and now they're all out. And it turns what was like a 22-minute episode sometimes into a 45-minute episode.
What?
Like. They like double. They added at least 20% more Office that you've never seen before. It's cold opens that they didn't have time for. It's extra gags, and it's a lot of it's more biting humor and the foul language. So like there's more bitch, there's more piss, there's more ass, there's more like of the dirtier jokes that they were like, it's a little crass.
You just got me to sign up for Peacock tonight.
Straight from although I think I read recently, that was the other one that's why this was in my head. I think they removed the episode of The Office where they all have the cards on their head with the different races. I think they removed that episode maybe. But yeah, the extended versions are great. Sometimes it's like, I know why you cut that joke. That wasn't a great joke. But I love those characters. I love that show so much. It's one of the things I've seen the most times over and over. More even than probably Star Trek. So
do you watch season 1 over and over?
If I'm introducing to somebody new, we'll go back to season 1 after we watch season 2 and 3. You know, once you, I got to get you to like Michael before I should let you hate Michael. You know, he's not great in season 1. It wasn't working, to quote the YouTube doc that I watched about it. This Michael wasn't working because he's like a piece of shit. He's too much like the UK version. He's a scumbag. But you know, they bring it around by the end and you understand Michael's.
I had forgotten
issues.
he was a scumbag. I just remember him being
Try my
incompetent.
cookie. Yeah, he was racist, sexist, gropey, offensive, mean-spirited at times. Yeah, it was too much. But yeah, Peacock's got all those extended versions. That's why I have Peacock. And I think along with that, I get some like NFL shit on Peacock. So it's a decent service. And then Paramount Plus I have to have because they've got the entire Star Trek catalog. So I got to have Paramount
But can you
Plus.
not buy that?
I could, but like eventually someday I'm hopeful that they remaster Deep Space Nine. If they ever do that, then I'll purchase their massive box set because it's I think it's shot on film. The issue is that the special effects are in the wrong aspect ratio and they're crappy. And so you need Paramount to pump the money in to redo the special effects. And it needs that glossing over anyway. Like bringing it forward. They did that to the original series a little. Like when they remastered the original series, they fixed some of the awful CGI from 1960s, you know, and it looks decent. So I'm if they ever remaster it, I would do that. But it's just nice to have. It's not just one of them I want to watch. There's like 8 different Star Treks and all the Star Trek movies and the animated series from the 60s and 70s and all the new animated series, and they're constantly coming out with. They came out with a movie not too long ago. There's lots of new Star Trek content, and I like that shit. Some of it. Apple
I wish
TV.
there was more stuff I actually wanted to watch of all the TV shows.
You need to watch Terminator 2. You don't need to be watching any TV shows.
I mean, TV shows though, like a nice epic television series that sucks me in and doesn't become horrible like that. Like that Japanese show. That would have been really neat if it didn't totally go off the rails.
Watch Marco Polo. It's on Netflix. There's like 2 seasons. It's high budget. They wasted tens of millions of dollars on it. Good actors.
It's the story one of those shows where they ended it prematurely, right? Where it was like they had plans to go longer and then they had to do a quick wrap.
It wraps up fine.
Like Rome. Rome was a great show, and then they just
not a good comparison. No, so Rome goes off the rails big time. They condense what should have been 2 or 3 seasons into 2 or 3 episodes. They skipped the whole war between Egypt and Rome. It's like one episode we might have to go to war. The next episode, the Egyptians are crushed and we're hunting down the last of the royal family. It's like, what happened? They ran out of money.
Rome put a beard on maybe Mark Anthony. Was that his name?
Yeah.
Mark Anthony.
They might as well recast the actor. I had no idea that was the same person.
He looked so similar. One of these episodes, I'm going to shave, and Woody's going to be like, "How the hell did this? What the fuck? Who's
the guest, Kyle?"
I feel like that's a really good question, though. Taylor is like, what shows do you feel like had very, one were written like they had like they were going to end it and had a satisfying ending. Like for me, I like The Good Place. 4 seasons. I felt like they ended it very well. The writing in the 4th season got really good. But also Mr. Robot. I mean, I felt like it kind of got a little bit slow there, kind of like Breaking Bad did a little bit in the middle. But the last season where they know where they're going and how they're going to end it, the writing was so good. I felt like they ended it very, very well.
I was thinking of 2. One, you just said Breaking Bad ended properly, and Better Call Saul ended properly.
Obviously, they knew where they were going. They knew they're doing 5 seasons of each. One that's the opposite is Deadwood. Deadwood's terrible. Deadwood has an awful ending. They ran out of money. They got canceled.
It's so good until it isn't.
I heard that about Dexter. Like, that's
a different scenario. So Dexter was still like one of the biggest TV shows on the air, and they should have quit in the 5th season, but they did like 8 seasons of that shit. In the final season, he like gives in to his incestuous love for his dead sister, and like it gets so wacky, it gets so bad, and it was so good for a while. And But on rewatch, you realize it's just the same thing over and over. Like it's the same every season. He finds a new fucking 45-year-old to 70-year-old adult man to be his weirdo father figure to replace the delusions he has. You know, in the book, the lore is he's possessed by a demon.
That checks.
I didn't know there was a book.
Yeah, there's books apparently. I didn't know until I knew, I guess. I didn't know when I was watching the show back in the day, but it's great. But like on rewatch, it's like, man, he does this every year. He finds a new fucking gross weirdo that turns out to be a murderer, but in a bad way. And he falls for
I like
them
his
and then
Hispanic
kills them.
friend. He always has a good attitude.
Bautista?
Bautista. He couldn't know less about Dexter's private life. He just wants
Worst
to like
detective in the
barbecue.
world.
Really a genuinely bad detective, but of the whole show, he was the guy I would want to hang out with the most.
Sure.
Or the Asian guy in
He
smaller
kind of
doses.
had that pathetic thing with his
You want
ex-wife.
to hang out
I
with the
guess.
Asian pervert?
In
I'd hang-
smaller
I see
doses,
where you're
I
coming
said.
from. No, I
And
get
not
it, I
one
get
on
it.
one.
Maybe
I
an
put
hour
him
at a
in the
time.
mix. Yeah,
Right,
hour at a
right.
time. Just he and I hanging out, fooling
Thanks for hitting
around,
it back. Thank you.
fooling
He was
around
like-
Miami together.
Is there anything recent that you felt like was really, really good, wrapped up nice?
Oh,
Hold up.
yes. Ted Lasso.
Really?
They're doing a
Yeah.
4th season though.
Well, okay, I may have to revote, but
I agree with you though.
Yeah.
Woody got me to watch Ted Lasso maybe a year or two ago. I watched episode 1. By the way, you remind me a little Ted Lasso. That incredible, like, never-ending well of positivity.
Yeah.
Like that. I was thinking about this yesterday. Someone asked me about you, and I like sung your praises, and I started thinking about it later. I was like, I should have said he's just Ted Lasso, so I wouldn't have had to go on and pontificate that long. But Ted Lasso, I watched the first episode, and it got me so down because he's this well of positivity, and everybody's like either to his face being scummy, or behind his back being scummy, and then you get to the end, and he's on the phone with his wife, and he's like, "Well, yeah, you should come out here and visit, and it's great. They got the big old clock, and I'm giving you that space. That's I know. Well, I don't cry. I love you. Well, no, you don't have to say it. And it's like, fuck. And he like gets off the phone with her, and he gets into this little bed and pulls the covers up to his chest and looks at the sky and just goes and closes his eyes. He's like, fuck it, we're going again. And then like he's bringing his boss, who's conniving behind his back. She's only hired him to make a joke of him and ruin the club. She's hired a loser on purpose, and she's at every corner. She's behind his back. She's hiring paparazzi to take photos of him that make him look like he's fucking some girl that's the player's girlfriend. She's all behind his back, and he's bringing her these cookies every day. She's like, you must tell me, Ted, where are you getting these biscuits? They're wonderful. He's like, well, if I told you, I wouldn't be able to bring you more on Monday now, would I? He's been baking them fucking cookies every night. Like he's been baking them motherfucking cookies every night for her. And it's just when I saw him baking them cookies, I started crying. Crying. At the end of every episode in season 1, except for maybe 2, I cried because he is so pure and good and kind and sweet, and he's surrounded by people who can't appreciate it, and it upsets me. And I want to be there to be like, you're the best. You're the best, Ted Lasso.
I've never seen it.
You.
I've heard people say it's good.
Oh,
I actually
you haven't seen it?
He comes in. It's beautiful. I promise you. You watch this. I'm about to cry now. It's
when I lived in
talk
LA.
about the ending, but I think I shouldn't. The way they put a wrapping on the end of it, it's the book I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And the title of the book, and I'm just like, that Ted Lasso ended properly.
Yeah.
So when I was in LA, I was bartending back in the day when I first moved out there. Brendan Hunt worked in the restaurant with me. So him and a few other people who were at Second City. I was going to the Groundlings, but there were a bunch of sketch comedy actors working at this restaurant. And I believe he's Coach Beard or something.
Cool.
Oh,
yeah, he's a
Beard.
good character. He's that guy's very talented. Like every now and then, it's one of those shows where occasionally he'll show that he has other talents. And you're like, oh, okay. I like Coach Beard. Very good
towards the end of maybe it's season 4, he tells his backstory in a more complete way.
Cried.
Oh my gosh, moving.
Cried.
All right, I'll check it out. So who is? Can I get it the UHD discs, or is it just on a streaming service like Peacock
Apple.
or something?
It's on Apple TV.
Fucking Apple. It's the one I can't get the UHDs on.
You just need to log into a Plex server. The way I like my legal stuff on my TV, I run it through a Roku, and I've got like a Roku app. So if I want to find something, I don't know where it is, I can search it, and it aggregates all the services that I own together, and I can find it. That's probably not cool. Used to anyone, but I like doing that a lot. But also, like Plex server will serve you well. Because I don't want to pay $25 to watch a TV show that because I binged that thing in a week or two. I was crying every day. Like my girlfriend come home, I'm like, hey, how's it going? I'm wiping tears away.
I cried on The Good Place. Like,
I get emotional with shows.
She figured it out again.
Well, I can't remember the last
season
TV
4. The writing got really good.
Series that really made me emotional in that way, like to the point of almost crying. The last one I can really think of is the end of Moneyball, where his daughter's singing to him. That was very sweet. I liked that a lot.
Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, he should have taken that job though. They won the series 2 years later.
I think that's my all-time favorite sports movie. Like, that movie rocks.
So the last time you cried was Moneyball, like years ago?
I don't think it made me fully cry, but like maybe welled up a bit.
Dude, I am such an easy content crier. It's the streamer beat the final boss. Did you see? Did you see? It was great. It was close.
Dude,
or you know what? Seeing like those videos where like a dog is reunited with their owner after a long time. That's in the mix. If I want to get a good sad moment out, a little cry,
I'll watch
seeing those dogs.
Endgame, where Captain America straps the shield onto what might be a broken arm, and he's just ready to go anyway. And Jackie's like, "Do you need anything?" I'm like, "I don't need attention right now."
I cry with that scene too. That's a great scene. You know what?
That's so funny. I don't watch the Marvel movies, so I'm just imagining the Marvel universe where it's like fucking Deadpool saying some cunty shit to the TV, and then, and then he throws Captain America's ready to fucking save the world. I bet it is emotional. The
end of Endgame is like people are dying, like they're killing main characters left and right, and so when Captain America's fighting Thanos, and Thanos has this giant like double-ended sword made out of space metal, and he's cracked Captain's shield and broken his arm, and Cap cinches the shield down to his arm to hold the arm together, and he's, what does he say? He says something. What he should have said is, "I can do this all day." Because that was his line. And Captain America, the very first one, when he's getting beat up in the alley by the bully, I can do this all day. But he can't. He's getting dominated. But it's that force of will that is Captain America's greatest superpower. And he's just standing up to Thanos and just like, "Come on, dude!" When he calls and he gets the fucking hammer, oh my god, the whole the theater melted down. Yes. The theater screamed, "Yes!" It was. Everybody was. I've never been in a moment like that. Like, I've been at like high school basketball games where we came back and won, and like I felt like big booming crowds where everybody's on the same like vibe, but never like when Captain America caught that fucking hammer. We all were like, "Yes, he ain't dying today." And not only that, we hadn't seen that before. That was the one and only time that shit had ever happened. Nobody can pick up Mjolnir or Taylor. You may probably know that, but
I know the lore.
Hammer. Yeah, and Captain America like summons the hammer, and Thor looks up all bloody. "I knew it!" And Captain America, and all of a sudden, Captain America starts doing combos with his shield and the sword, and Thanos like he's getting overwhelmed and like getting backed down by just a World War II American man. And you can't feel up. More.
He's on tea.
He's on the sauce.
It's just patriotism fueled by bald eagles and like that never-ending desire to die on a battlefield. like
I don't know. Thanos seems like based on what you guys have said, seems like Thanos had some points.
He did have some points, yeah.
Hey, this is unsustainable.
And then Captain America starts losing, and all of a sudden, the entire Marvel universe shows up. And it's that
right in the nick of time.
More or less.
Stop, Taylor.
More or less. More or less.
No, I'm just being cunty.
The humor is on point.
It's wonderful. I
Dude,
cry.
you're mocking my God
It-
now.
I'm gonna watch. I'm
This
gonna
isn't
watch
okay.
I'm gonna watch the YouTube video after we get done here, and I'm gonna shed a tear for it. I know I will. I do every time I watch it.
I shed a tear at Kyle's retelling. I'm weak.
Oh, you know one that I don't think it inspired a cry, but like definitely emotion. When those Russian guys in Chernobyl, kind of just like the boots on the ground guys, were having to like solemnly suit up, and they're being fed a load of nonsense, load of tripe about you can be out there for this long and it won't really affect you, but you can tell like they all know that's not true. Like they all know, like I saw the dudes with like the red blistery skin and everything. Like we're going out to shovel that. And then like just the panicked breathing in their apparatuses as they're on that rooftop, having to run out in shifts. That was very emotional. Chernobyl is the last miniseries I watched that I thought was every single second of it was fantastic.
So
Not one moment, not one scene of Chernobyl was bad.
I agree completely. Chernobyl's top tier. I'm waiting on a few years so it's not as fresh in my mind to do a great rewatch. This is an entire YouTube channel of tear jerkers. So this YouTube channel is called the Congressional Medal of Honor Society, and some of the stories aren't all that moving. Sometimes somebody just jumped on a grenade, and maybe the telling of the story isn't all that great, even, and it's fine. Some of them are so in depth, long, with so many witnesses, and it's so well edited. The tears are rolling. I don't just shed a tear. I'm sobbing. I've got a towel blowing my nose. Like, yeah, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you. Like these guys, this guy in Vietnam, they like left him on this artillery position. It's all the artillery guns are there in this clearing in the jungle, and they've got like an encampment there. It's where they're staying. And like a colonel or something comes down in a helicopter, and he's like, "Your position's getting overrun tonight. They're coming. They're coming from the east. There's 2,000 men. It's the whatever detachment of this and that. They're coming. Be prepared." And then he gets on his helicopter and fucking leaves. And so they have their artillery pieces pointed level, shooting beehive rounds. And the guy who won the Medal of Honor is operating one of these things. And they keep shooting him. The enemy keeps shooting him, and he keeps getting blown up by grenades. And he's telling the story, so he makes it. But he's just like, that one blew my rib out, and I could see the rib. And I said, "Lord, just let me fire one more." And I loaded her up, and I let her fly. And then the grenade went off, and the shrapnel peppered out my left eye. And I said, "Lord, let me fire one more." And I loaded her up, and I let her fly. And every time that cannon would go off, a swath of the enemy and the jungle itself would tremble. And then he fights them all off. All the enemy are gone. He said, "But I looked across the river, and as well as I could with my good eye, and I saw little Billy. Little Billy was out on that island. He was screaming for help." And so he like gets in an inflatable bed and paddles across the river and like saves this other guy. And it's like after he had been shot like multiple times, all sorts of frag wounds, and he just laid waste to the enemy. And then there's another guy who was special forces, and they had been dropped off on a riverboat deep into Laos, and they stumble upon like 1,500, 2,000 men. And his Cambodian like counterpart or South Vietnamese counterparts got spooked and shot a gun off or something. And now the enemy's coming down on him. And he's radioing fucking artillery fire from naval guns onto these enemy positions that are right in front of him. He's shooting law rockets at them. He's fighting hand to hand. He's machine gunning people. Both of his buddies are blown up. One's lost half his head. The other's lost half his ass. He's got both of them. He's carrying two grown men. He ends up on the beach calling all the artillery down on his position. The enemy's pouring down the hill toward him. He starts swimming out to the ocean with two men on his shoulder. He swims miles into the ocean to the Navy carrying two men. One of them's and it's at this part where they cut back to the footage of the interviewer, and they show a new guy you haven't seen yet in the story, and you could tell half his head had been blown off. He pulled me out. It wasn't no
terrible interview.
No, he's fucking telling the story, and half his head.
You got to tell us who this is so we can watch the video, though.
It's in this. It's one of these. It's one of these from the Congressional Medal of Honor Society like video thing. I don't know which
That's
one
cool.
it is.
That's awesome that they got that channel.
Those
That's
have
epic.
me sobbing every time I watch them. They're wild. The shit that those guys did and went through, and the perseverance. There was a Jewish guy that couldn't speak well in Korea, like had bad eyesight, and he was like, I was gonna show those son of bitches I was tough. And it's like all these men that wanted to prove themselves and just went above and beyond. It's crazy stuff. That always makes me cry.
You know, I do remember something that almost, or maybe did make me cry, was after the Blues lost Game 6 of the 2019 Stanley Cup Finals. I was more upset than I've ever been watching any piece of media, which is very gay, I know. But like, I was so amped on them being up 3-2 in the series. And I'm like, the Blues are going to do it. They're going to beat the Bruins. They're going to win the Stanley. And then they lost that game.
Lost faith
5-1. Yeah, lost 5-1 in Game 6. And I was like, I don't even know if I want to watch Game 7. I don't even, you know, I don't even care.
Though.
I don't even care, actually. I'm not I'm not really fucking upset about it. And then you're like mad at yourself in your head, where you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you care this much about a sports team that you don't play for? And then just 5 minutes into that thinking, being
they
like,
watch us work.
No, I can't actually lie to myself. I really do care so much about them winning the Game 7.
It happens to me with UFC fights sometimes. Like, my guy loses a belt, and the next day is just a little bit darker. You know, it's like, I woke up in a world where my guy's not a champion anymore.
Yep.
Or the opposite happens, where it's like, you know what? My guy won last night. Today is just a little bit brighter. I live in a world where my guy's champion. This is dope. And you know what? Next fight, he's going to enter second. He's going to be the champion. He's going to wear the black shorts. He's going to have the gold gloves. He's like, it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a movie. It's on our Plex. It's called Warfare. It's an A24 flick. It's the most hardcore military movie I've ever seen. It's a true story. It's told by the memories of the Navy SEALs who were there. I think it took place in Kandahar. The whole movie takes place in one location. You kind of get to know the guys as you go, and it is super fucking intense. I think, did Alex Garland direct it? I know that the co-director or one of the directors was one of the SEALs maybe that was there. And I know after the movie, when the credits are rolling, there's like the SEALs are there, like
Garland and Mendoza,
like,
I believe.
It's hard fucking core. It looks real. It looks very real, and it seems realistic. And there's so much like attention to detail with not just the way they're dressed, the way they move, the way they act, like the whole thing. And the combat is incredibly intense. It's like it reminds me of the Saving Private Ryan D-Day stuff. How like it takes away the illusion of like war being this hoorah fun kind of thing. Like, you know, like your buddies are blown up, you know, and they're hurting bad, and you're just trying to fight to stay alive, and nobody's pumped and like having a good time. Everybody's scared, you know. It's intense and it's scary, and it's like you're just happy you weren't in that fucking room and you weren't in that building in Kandahar.
Did you watch it in the theater, or did you see it at home? Or
I watched it at home a couple nights ago.
Nice.
I definitely recommend it. I was looking at the Rotten Tomatoes reviews, and some guy, his review was he gave it 5 stars. He's like, I was so happy when it was over, in a good way, because like you want your boys to live, and you don't know if they're gonna or not, because like bad shit is happening. The movie has it's very gory. It looks real. Like when you see people blown apart, you see people with really nasty compound fracture, shrapnel injuries and such, and they're in pain, and it's rough.
When do you think the absolute worst time to be like a not front lines soldier
World War I.
in the most strict sense?
World War I,
like, no, all of history.
Civil
World
War.
War
Cannon fodder. I got the gangrene from one musket round.
That would suck too.
World War I, I think. World War One. I think that you had those armies in World War One. Some of them still had sort of, I mean, the Civil War was that first step into modern combat, I think. But World War One fully encompassed it with the with the machine guns, the barbed wire, the gas, the trench warfare, and you know, those battles in France where years would pass and the front lines would jiggle back and forth 300 meters. The trench foot. You read some of the stuff about the gases and the effects that they. At first, there were no gas masks right away. Gas came before the gas mask on the tech ladder. So think about how that went for a little while, you know. And the chlorine gas, they used all sorts of things. They used things that would make people's faces melt off. You know, they used nasty stuff, and the artillery. You know, and just the amount of time that you were on the front line in danger. It's the worst of all the worlds, if you ask me. At least if you were on getting smashed by a knight or something out on an open field in Scotland, they were going to come back at the end of the battlefield. Somebody walked around and stabbed all the bodies. Like, at least you're dying today, and you're going to get it over with. They just sat in those trenches with their feet rotting off for months, years. World War I is my least favorite.
Selling me.
Look, Nam's terrifying. The amount of time your infantrymen stood was in combat. Like, you don't hear about a lot of fragging going on in World War II, or at least I've never heard it. You don't hear about fragging going on in World War I, although I bet that whistle-blowing cocksucker would get shot if I was hanging out with him. But in Nam, you hear about it all the time. Officers getting a grenade rolled into their den. They would put a bounty up. Everyone in your squad would be like, $20 if that motherfucker ain't around. I got it. They would all of a sudden be a pot together for who would kill the sarge or the lieutenant or whoever's going to out on patrol tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every single conflict has its own kind of hell component to it, right? Because if you there's something to be said for going to a foreign conflict, especially being, growing up in a small town and that being all you know, and you're like Tom Hanks being a teacher or something like that, going overseas. But you also have to think like things like the Civil War, where your family is not an innocent bystander. Like, they're also in the middle of it, right? So like, even you going to fight this great war against this thing that, abroad, you may or may not come back, but the fact your family will be safe because, the country's going to, stop this imminent threat or whatever. Man, like, you think about like your wife, your kids potentially being tortured or raped and killed and stuff like that. That's another element of psychological component that I think that just every single fucking every conflict has its own.
You know what red legs
element.
are, Taylor?
No, I don't.
That's those northern marauders coming down to the south, raping and pillaging, and a special forces kind of guerrilla warfare detachment. It's going from fun. You ever watch the movie The Outlaw Josey Wales with Clint Eastwood? Oh my God. It's one of my favorite Westerns. Clint Eastwood's family is attacked by redlegs. Is attacked by redlegs. They come and they rape his wife and they burn his family alive in their house, and they think they've killed Clint Eastwood, but they haven't. And then a Southern brigade comes by and redlegs? Yeah. We're going up north. Set a few things straight. Clint Eastwood says, I'll be coming with you. And then the music starts playing, boom, boom. And then you get a montage of them like riding through the north, like whooping ass. And at the end of the movie, the whole deal is that Clint Eastwood is the last rebel who hasn't surrendered. And he goes west. And so he's going through Texas and going on crazy adventures. And whenever he kills a man, because he's a bad motherfucker with a pistol, obviously. After his family's laid dead, he goes into the ashes and digs out his old pistol and starts training. And at first he can't hit the fence post, but by the end he's Clint Eastwood. And you have a little training montage. And every time he kills somebody, spits that black tobacco juice on their head. The boy goes, shouldn't we bury him, Josie? He says, buzzards got to eat same as worms. And they ride on. Uncle Leo is in his like fucking acting debut.
Hello!
He's a bad guy. Yeah. He's like, all right now, Mr. Josey Wales. Now you pull that pistol out slow as molasses in the wintertime.
Josie, you said you'd be here on Tuesday for dinner, and you didn't show up. That's what he'd be doing. just bothering him to death.
It's Outlaw Josey Wales is in my top 5 Westerns all time. It's definitely right up there. It's I think I like Unforgiven and then
Tombstone.
Unforgiven, then Lonesome Dove, then Tombstone, then the Outlaw Josey Wales, and
Wild
then
Wild
I can
West.
mix and match after that.
The Magnificent Seven with
I don't love
Guardians
that
of the
one.
Galaxy,
A little
dude.
slow for me. So is The Good, Bad, and Ugly. A little slow for me. I appreciate those movies artistically, I suppose, and like historically as a little time capsule of the spaghetti westerns. That's an interesting time in Hollywood's history, but I don't love them. The dubbing is bad. The thing they did in Italy is they would have everyone speak their native tongue, and then they just dub it in post, and it looks like shit.
That sucks. You got like a real Tower of Babel thing where it's just like some person speaking Italian, another person speaking English. They have no idea what the other person's saying. Although I guess even if you don't speak Italian, you can get the gist of what they're saying. They're very animated.
This guy's angry about something.
A lot of hand movements. A lot of that. Yeah, which is good. I like cultures that speak with their hands.
See, Tombstone is good. Fun. The first half to Tombstone is great, but they had some production issues where Kurt Russell ended up being the director of that movie eventually, and the second half is a little whatever. I like the first half.
Do you know people that speak with their hands in real life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's people have told me I do sometimes, and it's like, but sometimes it's just like you need to emphasize what you're saying. Like, I think it's more common than people realize. Like,
in terms of content, I love it. Bring the animation, bring the story, articulate, talk with your hands, etc. In real life, sometimes I'm like, easy. Like that's too much for me.
There is an amount that's too much. Like I saw there's some clip on Twitter years ago, but it was like some guy just like stealth recording two Italian guys in like Rome having an argument outside of a deli, and it's like you could almost see what they were arguing about, like just like the pleading, the like, just this and that in their hands, and the
sideways, over here.
Like just the hitting their head in exasperation. It's like, this is kind of fun. A little over animated. If I were to see that in a movie, I'd be like, yeah, right. Really? Italians are talking like that? But I guess those guys were. So it certainly exists to an extent. Probably, I would guess that Spanish and Greek people do it just as much, but it's just not their stereotype. Because it seems like there's such a similarity there in the communication style between like Italians, Spanish, maybe the Portuguese, the Greeks, the Southern, the more olivey ones, the olive oil Europeans, not the butter Europeans.
I've never heard that, but
yeah,
I instantly know what you mean.
Yep. Yeah, they're all about that olive oil, which is great. There's a whole map I saw in we should take it back to the horrible map segment.
Can we get some cartography, butter versus olive?
The butter olive oil map. And it's like, I saw the map and I was like, okay, well, I've learned nothing new. Obviously, the Scots are not olive oil people. It's cold. Like, they don't have olives. Obviously, all the wops down there, especially in like Sicily, like, yeah, they're not buttering it up. Get all that.
I've gotten into the Townsend's YouTube channel. I've been watching that dude cook. I love that shit. I like to watch that man make a fucking pudding. Anything he wants to do. And he talks about the mush peas that sailors would eat. They take a bag and they fill it up with green like English peas, and then they boil the bag, and then you've got this ball of green mush. And they're like, they'd eat this pretty much every day.
Pretty much every day, and it's like, that somehow made peas less appetizing to me.
Yeah, he's like, now if you were really having a treat, you'd add a little butter and salt, but those were rare commodities, so you probably were eating it plain. Maybe a little nutmeg, which was considered a poor spice.
A little nutmeg on your mushed peas.
Yeah, he's dressed. If you don't know, Richard, they dress in period correct clothing. They have a property that's all like period correct with the cabins and the cookery, and I mean the spoons they use. They have a really good video where they do Revolutionary War stuff. So they show you how an officer during the Revolutionary War.
Bring up a pic for Richard.
They have this whole record of how Benjamin Franklin was trying to raise funds for the Continental Army, and he was like, we need X amount of like butter and X amount of brandy and X amount of sugar per man, and we need this many of those, and so he has those ingredients. So I'm going to create a feast from a continental lieutenant's kitchen, and he cooks them and puts them together. He gives you a historical cooking lesson, and then he eats it at the end with a wooden spoon. It's good.
Yeah, and I always love when he reads passages from old cookbooks, because they did not hold your hand in old cookbooks. It'd be like,
cook until good.
Yeah, I'm reading a passage here from Mary Baker from 1716. Cook the stew until well seasoned. Add spice to a sheep's head. Now, in that time, a sheep's head meant whatever you could afford. And it's like, what the fuck does any of this mean? But it was like a lot of guessing. It was like, add radishes well-rounded. It's like, what?
That's interesting. Is it because there wasn't a lot of measuring tools?
They weren't measuring. It was like, add this amount, and then even the cooking, it would be like, cook until it kind of smells like this, or until some of the cooking books used like
it was like cook until lunchtime, and it's what the fuck are you talking about?
Now cook soundly until thou art hungry.
It was interesting to me that like breakfast was usually like this really, really light meal. It was probably bread crumbled up in milk. That would be a common one, like to make the poor man's porridge. Lunch was the big meal of the day, because that was the meal that you brought to the men in the field who were like working up an appetite literally. And so they would have these meat pies and such that you could put in a pocket, and just super caloric dense. They'd be full of raisins or whatever, all sorts of weird shit. It'd be like beef and raisin pie. And then dinner would be another light meal, because you fucking ate this huge meal at lunch when you're working. So there's some like, I don't know, cultural stuff you learn. And he goes through the ages. He does like pirate stuff and or ship or sailor stuff. And he
That's awesome.
Yeah, the sailor stuff is sick.
Stuff. Yeah, it's good.
And the I like, just like you said, the war. I like the rations.
What's uncomfortable though? That when they have a black guy who works on the show too. They have several guys. There's a main guy. He's a white guy who's probably 55, and then there's a secondary guy. He's a fairly overweight big man who's maybe 35. And then every now and then this black dude shows up, and it's like he's wearing this slave garb. He's making some fucking cornbread. Yeah,
I don't remember him wearing slave garb.
Well, I mean, it's,
if I recall, he's also
it looked like he was right out of Django. He's a big boy. He looked like he's right out of Django Unchained, but he was one of the house ninjas. He was eating.
Well, good. I was just enjoying watching him talk about how to cook up that fried chicken. And then they give you little lessons where he's like, the thing,
I'm not hating. I'm just saying that's a sensitive period of time for his people.
Yeah, it actually goes back to Scotland. And in Scotland, they would fry the chicken, blah, 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 this way. And then in the Americas, they switched this and that up and then did it this way. It's very entertaining. I love Townsend and Sons.
Yep. Yeah, it's real good. I don't use any of their cooking, though. I'll stick with Adam Ragusa or somebody for that.
Adam Ragusa?
Yeah, it's a good cooking channel.
Okay. I guess I stop on those quick recipes on Twitter for a reasonable amount of time, because my algorithm now serves me up a lot of cooking content, and I'm happy with it.
Adam Ragusa will break down a little bit of the science and history behind a thing. He'll really get to the bottom of why a Vidalia onion is a Vidalia onion and how to cook it, and it's go on. And he'll do some comparisons sometimes. We'll show you like what kind of garlic is best, whether you want preserved garlic or powdered garlic or fresh garlic or minced garlic, and he'll break it down, cook it a bunch of different ways, and show you the best way. And then I really like Chef John from foodwishes.com, who has a very funny way of speaking.
Well, if you're consuming that much cooking content, you got to tell me, what's your favorite thing to cook lately? Like, what do you?
I always fall back to like steaks and twice baked potatoes. I like to sous vide and cast iron beef tallow, garlic, rosemary, and I like doing twice baked potatoes with cheese and butter and stuff.
So
like
you're
that.
sous videing the steak.
I can do anything. Yeah.
You sure can.
I sous vide the steak to like rare, and then I take it out and it's all gross and gray, and then I sear it up in the cast iron pan and get some flavor on it. But I don't know, chicken parmesan. I'm really good at that. I make a tremendous chicken parm. Start with those San Marzano tomatoes and make just a perfect marinara sauce, and then get my fancy noodles. I've made my own pasta before for that. That's nice. a little time. That's a little time intense though. But just getting the chicken right with the paint. I do a mixture of seasoned panko and seasoned flour, and you get a nice crispy, crunchy thing. Panko is like vacuum. They use a vacuum chamber to make the crumbs like these big inflated aerated crumblies. So panko adds a nice crunch. I do like half panko and half flour, and I marinate the chicken, and I do a really enormous chicken parm. I'm good at that. But anything really, I got really into Asian food for a while. A lot of Thai and Indian curries, making my own curry pastes and stuff. Got really into soups for a while and ordered all kinds of Asian ingredients to make hot and sour soup.
So you're cooking a lot.
I probably cook half my meals or something. Like I do a lot of meal prep too. Like lately my like kick has been stuffed bell peppers. So I'm making like just like ground bison and rice and black beans and just stuffing bell peppers and then making like 8 of those, and just I've got them individually sealed in my refrigerator, and I probably eat 2 peppers a day lately. I'm pretty autistic with it, where I'll get into these modes where I eat the same thing every day, but that also allows me to like get better at cooking a particular thing.
Yeah, you need a lot of practice.
You're refining the process.
Like
I do that in a less healthy way. Like I've been smoking a lot of ribs in my smoke.
But you get better as you go.
I am getting better at it every time, but you need to finally pull the trigger on the Traeger or just some kind of smoker, because you would enjoy it. You clearly have a passion for the culinary arts.
I like the set and forget nature of the smoker because I love slow cooking. Like I make incredible Italian beef sandwiches. I love Portillo's in Chicago. I haven't been back there in years, but I always think about those sweet and hot pepper Portillo's Italian sandwiches, fucking dipped in the sauce and with the cheese fries and everything. So I duplicated that recipe and I got that down. It's just you do like a slow cooker roast beef with what are those peppers? Say it for me.
Giardiniera.
Giardinieras. You take like a jar of giardinieras and dump it in there on your with beef broth and Italian seasoning and some other stuff, and
Epic.
8-9 hours later, you shred that shit up and put it on hoagies.
They're so good.
Delicious. Yes.
When I've done it, I like getting the extra hot, whatever the hottest kind of peppers you can get, and then go a little heavier on your pepper pour. I like a little
I want it
heavier on
covered in peppers. Yeah. I want it covered in peppers. It's like a Midwestern cheesesteak, right? Like that's the deal. Like they're taking the Philly cheesesteak and making it not white trash.
It's so much better than a Philly cheesesteak. The Italian beef. Italian beef is the best.
Yeah, I can't get behind the cheese whiz. I know some of them do provolone, maybe. I guess I can get on with that, but it's still like not as flavorful as that Italian. I got into it because I was watching. Here's a show for you if you're not into it yet. The Bear. You know about The Bear?
That cooking show.
Dude, I love that shit. That is what got me on the Italian beef thing. I was like, well, we're not flying to Chicago, but I got to have that sandwich. So let's figure something out here. Yeah, I love The Bear. That's another one that I could get a little emotional watching because his trials and tribulations and his intensity is so much. Like I love that actor.
Sometimes he doesn't know if he's going to finish the food in time.
Like the only thing that it's like, when does he have time to work out? Dude's kind of ripped. You know what I mean? like he is like ripped as
nicotine, adrenaline, and not eating a whole lot.
Nicotine's cheat codes for low body fat. I'm thankful I'm not a foodie. I hear you guys talk about all the complex meals you make. I was raised on bad food. My mother used to tell me as a child that her gift to our future wives was low expectations.
Oh no.
Yeah. And now Jackie serves whatever. I say thank you. I tell her it's great. That's my food experience.
Oh, I need variety in my food experience. It's been a problem. This is where I really need it. And I'm not the level of cook by any stretch that Kyle is, but like most stuff I've cooked enough for myself and for others that I can figure it out on the go most of the time. It's not going to be, Kyle level or masterful. The only thing that I'm like confident every single time that like, I'm in the zone here is my smoker. Like if I'm making pulled pork, it is going to be fantastic. If I'm making ribs, I am so drilled in on exactly the time. Like you can tell when you're figuring a recipe out when like I am making real-time changes to like what they're saying to do online, where it's like, it must just be a hotter day because that internal temp is rising a little faster. They want me to have this in there for another 28 minutes. No, it's going to be dry. Take it out. Like get it out. You know, oh, they think this much apple cider vinegar should be added, this much brown sugar. No, I like a more acidic. I like that vinegary taste. I'm going to go a little lighter on the brown sugar. I'm going to go a bit heavier on the apple cider vinegar. Oh, you should add a little molasses sometimes. I've only done that once. Yeah. No, I don't do liquid smoke. I just the hickory in the smoker adds plenty of smoke.
Let me tell you what to do next. The anchovy paste.
Ooh, I like anchovies. So
get that umami in there.
On ribs, though, I don't know because I'm getting.
It's not going to taste like fish. It's gonna add like a meaty delectableness to your brown sugar and your apple cider mixture.
I trust you.
You can also take a what is it? They come in the adobo sauce. Those
peppers.
Those peppers that come in the adobo sauce.
Yeah.
Dump if you like your sauce chunky, you can just dice them. But I run it through a blender. And you get like a perfectly smooth sauce. It's real tasty.
Sometimes I don't even add the sauce. Like I've tried it both ways with ribs, where they say add the sauce before the final hour, and I've done that. And if it's a vinegary sauce, which is what I prefer, it cooks out too much, and you get not enough of the base flavor. Like I could see how that would work with super sugary sweet sauces, which is not the kind of barbecue I ever make. I don't like the sweet sugary sauces. You do, but you got to get a smoker, man. You're gonna be the king smoker of the neighborhood.
I like to deep fry turkeys and chickens too. Like every Thanksgiving, I deep fry that turkey, and it's like a fucking extravaganza. I like the show of it. It's one of those things that's fun to do. You know, it's a little dangerous. You got 3 or 4 gallons of boiling peanut oil.
Got a bloody situation.
Yeah, it's fucking fun. I've never had an accident or a spill or an injury. I did cook a turkey until it was black one year, though. That was funny.
I think you sent a picture of that. It was black as night.
I'm at the head of the Thanksgiving table set up in my fucking living room. The whole family's there, and I'm holding up this turkey like like I just caught a bass, and you can tell I'm dying laughing at myself. And it's black as night. It's charcoal. We cut it open, and it was still juicy though. Like the outside was ruined, but like once you opened it up, I thought it was gonna be like Christmas Vacation when they cut the turkey open. And it goes. Gases are escaping.
Dude, once you've had deep fried turkey, you're like, oh, okay, so this is how you're supposed to eat this kind of meat, because every other way sucks ass compared to deep fried turkey.
I brine it for a couple days. I take the entire bottom slider drawer in your fridge. That's what you brine in. You take whole turkey, put it in there, and you got like a whole jar of peppercorns, a couple lemons cut in half, couple onions cut in half, and 50% sugar, 50% salt, and then hot water, and get it all like stirred up together, and then drop that bird in there for a couple days, and it soaks all that shit up through osmosis because of the salt. The salt carries it into the meat, and then I also inject it with that Cajun butter like I'm Botoxing that bitch. Like I mean, I inject it with Cajun butter even as it's like escaping like through the holes that I've already made. And then I usually give it a dry rub after that of Cajun seasoning inside out, and then I drop that bitch in that oil.
There's no meat. It's all brine.
It's all brine and seasoning. Yeah, dude, it's so fucking good. That's the best way to eat turkey.
Yeah, I still haven't made my own mozzarella yet. I was on a kick that I wanted to make. Oh, I know it's easy, but I wanted to make mozzarella so I could make bruschetta.
Like Furio.
I was like Furio. Yeah,
master cheese squeezer.
Like, I don't know if you guys love bruschetta, but that's one of those foods that every time it's offered somewhere, I order it, I eat a ton of it, and I'm like, this should become a more regular part of my life. And then I don't think about it anymore for a while.
Bruschetta.
And so yeah, but I don't know if I need to be storming the beach of cheese making.
No,
like I certainly don't.
Leave that for the young kids.
Leave that. That's a young man's game.
Yeah,
making all that cheese.
Can't keep up in the cheese game anymore. Squeezing that mozz.
No, because it's an unbelievably high calorie thing to be eating. Because it's just cheese, bread, and
there's a few things that you should never even bother like
yourself,
because like ketchup is the number one. Never try to make your own ketchup. They perfected that shit. It's at the store in a big red bottle. Go get that. It's the best ketchup on earth. You can't improve upon ketchup.
What about mustard?
You can improve upon mustard. You can make some like fancy mustards and stuff, but you know, It's a little simpler than balancing the ketchup thing out.
Yeah. Now that I'm like dabbling in the fancy men's mustard, it's ruined. Like the French's yellow mustard is ruined for me. I don't even want that on my shit anymore.
You got a mortar and pestle grinding those mustard seeds up.
I'd prefer that. That shit's delicious. It's like you eat that kind of mustard and you're like, the French's people have stolen flavor from me. They've stolen flavor away in the name of mass production. And so it's
you can buy fancy stone ground mustards at the store.
Yeah, you can. But I don't. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Is like, if I spent a bunch of time learning to make mustard, is it really going to be better than like the stone ground artisanal mustard I can get at the grocery store? Probably not, right?
You should get into bread making. There's a subreddit called Breadit. Yeah, and
my brother is into making sourdoughs, and so he'll like bring them to family occasions sometimes, and they're always excellent. They're really good.
You can buy online. You can go and buy the starter culture from San Francisco, and it's the same culture they've been using for like 100 years. It's like a never-ending sourdough situation, or like one of those. What are those stews called? Where they keep it boiling forever.
Oh yeah, like the forever stews or whatever.
Yeah. And I made some pretty tasty sourdough. I've got a whole bread machine set up and everything. I don't do it too often because you can go to the store and buy a loaf of bread, and it's perfect.
They really nailed it.
Yeah, they know how to bake bread. Shocker. Yeah. There's some things that are just infinitely better if you do them yourself. But some things like fucking bread and ketchup, you should just buy. A good steak is another thing. If you don't have the right equipment, then I feel like you can't match that. Like they have this 950-degree broiler at Morton's, and unless you have that, like you're never going to exactly get that sear on the outside. But that green egg's real good. I'm either gonna get a green egg or a smoker. But I go back and forth. Don't the green eggs smoke? Do they?
I thought they did, but
if it was a smoker,
if they do, I thought the green egg was like a grill and a smoker. But the thing with like the kind of Traeger I have, at least like the wood pellet kind, is it's much more set it and forget it. Like you can't be a retard. You have to like keep an eye on your recipe, go out, check the temperature of it, make sure that your hopper is full of wood. But it's so fucking easy. Yeah, and it's such a good payoff.
Isn't the green egg like a Yeti cooler almost, where it's not better, but it's much more?
I think it has a reputation for being expensive. Let's see, green egg smoker, big green egg. That's what it's called.
Oh yeah, they're a little expensive. They're more than 500. Less. Than
these are way more than my Traeger smoker was. Yeah.
For the big one, probably so. Go on Facebook Marketplace right now, and there's plenty of them around you for $500 though.
They're heavy.
They're heavy. That's the big thing. It's like buying one of those old school CRTs. People like can't get rid of them. I don't know what to do with them.
Can we carry it? You say it's heavy, but is it like a 2-man heavy or?
Yeah. In one piece, it's 2-man heavy for sure. But it's if you tip it over on concrete, it breaks. So you gotta be kind of careful.
Yeah, I wouldn't get that for smoking. It doesn't seem like there's any sort of automated wood pellet system. You'd have to be like and for smoking itself, heat. Like insane heat isn't what you want anyway.
I would want it for steaks though, to get to have that really high.
Sure.
Traeger has so many accessories now too. It's a pretty sweet machine. I kind of wish I had two instead of one big one, if that makes any sense, right? It's like being able, because I never cook a bunch of ribs at the same temperature. It's usually like I'm going to do a rack of ribs and maybe some steaks or something like that. So like you want to do the different temperatures or different processes and stuff.
Yeah, that is true. Like even when I do ribs, I never do like one rack of ribs. I always do at least 2 racks of ribs, because it's like if I'm going to spend 6 hours on this, because that's like the required amount of time to do ribs correctly. And maybe a little less if you're doing baby back instead of spare, but I prefer spare ribs. Like I don't want to have one meal out of my 6-hour endeavor. And so it's like, all right, it's going to cook about the same, like loaded up with 2 racks. And now I've got like days of food.
I just thought of something. Have you ever smoked a rack of lamb?
No.
So there's a barbecue place out here in Texas that's making some waves. I think it's is it KG Barbecue?
but it's essentially Mediterranean spin on barbecue. So it's like smoking lamb like you would a traditional brisket and everything, and like all of the sides and stuff are very Mediterranean inspired and stuff. And the guy is like, you can't have bad barbecue in Texas. So it's like all these places.
That sounds great.
Yeah, they crush.
Little tzatziki sauce on your smoked lamb. Yeah, Mediterranean food is incredible. It's so good. And all those people, none of those people are that fat, so it's probably good for you. It's not because they walk so much. It's because of the food.
You're muted. Oh, you're not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to help. I made a mistake.
That roasting skewer cooking type thing that they do when you go into the Greek restaurant, they like shave the meat off. Whatever that's called. I want one of them.
Falafel? Is that what it's called?
I don't think the machine's called a falafel. Like they've got
shawarma. Isn't that what shawarma is? Where they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but shawarma is more like the sandwich that they make once they get the meat. I think. But I there's a restaurant down here called Pitta Mediterranean Cuisine or something, and when I go in there, the whole place smells like melted goat fat. It's like that's a good smell if you don't know.
Okay. I prefer dog poo, but
dude, it's so good. They pile that plate full of goat meat. Or is it lamb? It's lamb, I think. I think it's lamb.
Goat and lamb are both tasty. Can't go wrong.
Goat can be a little tough. I know. I think the only time I've had goat is at like Brazilian steakhouses, and I always remembered it being, especially compared to some of the other stuff, one of the more chewy fares.
No, that's not my experience. But I may have eaten less goat than you.
I guarantee it.
I guarantee it.
I remember my dad had this Mexican guy working for him, and his car wasn't working one day. My dad drives him home, and they had a goat on a spit in the front yard of their house, and they were having the best time. I was like, damn, that's medieval.
That is dope, though. Yeah.
It was the whole goat. It looked like a scene out of Game of Thrones.
Wild.
They spin it by hand, or do they have a machine?
I don't remember. I remember seeing the carcass over an open fire out there, and they were having like a party. Like there's music that you could hear from a while, and there's a lot of people living in that one house. Not anymore, though. Trump put an end to all that. He's sweeping the nation clean.
Clean of goat meat.
Clean of goat meat. Yep.
Damn shame.
I don't like it. It's greasy.
Yeah, but the greasiness is good. Fat. Like it's like if you can complain about lamb for the exact same reason. Like lamb can be very greasy.
Went to cock cam 2 over there for a second. Right? Richard, have you ever seen?
We got quad cam.
You know Drifter, right? You know Drifter, right?
Lock and load, baby.
Oh my God, got the splooge juice too. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I was like trying to film as many different things as I could for today, like coming on to the podcast. So I was like, fuck, what are some things? I was like, that's a little too much on the nose. Like getting that cum shots in slow motion.
Well, we appreciate it. Yeah,
thank you.
Taking the lock and load. It's gonna that wonderful new gal you're seeing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
She appreciates it.
You're gonna have to let me know what you guys think on shots, and if there's anything else that you might want, I'll put together like a commercial for you or something.
That would be awesome.
That would be.
I thought your
funny.
how you met story was funny. You're like, I can't believe I'm sharing all this. We met on Hinge. We both only date exclusively. We were looking for something serious and wholesome. I've said too much.
Well, yeah,
don't judge me too harshly, world. I love a beautiful woman, and I'm not afraid to tell anyone.
Well, fortunately, you didn't press too hard on all the information, so that's great.
Of course,
no. Hinge is I was going to say back then, but Hinge is one of the good ones. Hinge seems like the most serious relationship, the one of the ones that are open to the public and not something I've never heard of. Maybe there is, but like it from like serious to slutty, it's like Hinge, Bumble. I want to put Tinder above Plenty of Fish, but Plenty of Fish is just like bots anyway. I don't think anybody actually uses that anymore. But back in the day, Plenty of Fish was, well, it was still mostly bots, but it was also horse. Bots
it's
and
still
whores.
unfortunate though, because again, if you look at the amount of
Transformers
time
4,
spent
bots and
on
whores.
each of the apps, like it's really hard for guys out there. I mean, to be fair, it's hard for women too. It's just like, how do you really find somebody that's aligned with the stuff that you want? Like, I mean, yeah, some people just want to hook up and that's great, but
You don't
like,
have to be lonely at
So-
farmersonly.com. AKA white people. That's right. No blacks here.
I only use JDate.
What's JDate? Is that black
It's
people?
for
Jewish
people. I think.
No, it's the Jewish one.
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
It's like
trying to marry into money.
You have to put your favorite movie. You have to put your credit score. You have to, you have to put your bar mitzvah date.
Is farmers only? Stupid question. I recognize. The whites only thing got me spinning. Is farmers only code for white people, or is it for farmers?
It's for
Yes.
rural people.
The answer is yes to all. Yeah.
Well, I mean, most farmers are white.
There's
by a lot.
plenty of farmers on there who don't have a farm, but they are white.
Well, then
they got a
that's-
cowboy hat.
Then that's
There aren't
different-
any
that's
black
flawed.
cowboys on there. I will say that. Farmers only. It's code for white. White.
I have a cowboy hat, but it's not for boys.
No,
You have a girl cowboy
no, it's
hat?
not. He does. Yeah.
I mean, I look
He
fabulous.
has feminine fashion taste.
And that's fine.
There's nothing wrong with that. You
They
like
are
pretty
better at
things.
fashion objectively.
You like pretty things, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you want to look like a delicate little lily of the field. And
Yeah. I mean, it's funny he says that because I'm thinking, like, I don't know how many times I've been sneaker shopping and I'm like, this sucks, this. Ooh, this is dope. This is dope. This is the wall speaking my language. And I'm like, women's again. Fuck.
Diva
son of a
steppers.
bitch. I have the same problem with sundresses. Where I'm spinning in Macy's in front of the mirror so I can see my fucking shoulders, my hairy shoulders popping out. Just looking horrid. Oh, well, I think you guys want to call it a show.
Is your book on Amazon yet?
Yeah, where can we buy the book?
Yeah, actually, by the time this is live, I think today, if not tomorrow, like I'm literally in the office packaging up hardcovers tonight and shipping them out tomorrow. So I think Amazon ebook, paperback, all that stuff will be out tomorrow too. So
Sick. I'm gonna read it, man.
In the description.
well, I'll send it. I'll send it to you guys too if you want. I mean, I did use your services.
I'll buy a copy. No, I'll buy a copy. I got.
I'll take a free one.
Yeah, and what I'll probably do too is I'll drop a link for like a week.
He's got that Audible. He's
Well,
gonna let the credits roll over.
Taylor's like, I heard 99 cents and said, I'm out.
Yeah.
Review. That's
Yeah.
what
No,
it
that's
is.
the whole reason for like dropping the price is like I really want people to like download it, read it, tell me what they think, leave a review, and get the barrier.
Leave a
for
good
entry.
review.
Yeah, leave a positive review because you're gonna love the book. And I would, in all seriousness, I want to buy like a physical copy. I like physical books.
well,
And so when
you
that's
know,
available, I'll do
So
that.
here's the thing: like I really did try to pack as much value in it as possible, and like some of the things that I found that were really beneficial to me was journaling and some of these prompts and everything. So the publisher was really like pushing back on like, man, you're just putting so much in here. It's actually a relatively quick read of a few hundred pages, but also put a 30-day journal in the back of it with prompts and stuff like that. So as people go through this this process, they can write down their screen time, but also thoughts and different things as they're starting to look objectively at setting and establishing those boundaries around their digital consumption and stuff. So
That's great. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you have to say. Just based on what you've said here, it's very intriguing.
Say the title again.
that's The Warrior's Garden.
The Warrior's Garden.
Cool.
By Richard Ryan, an excellent author name.
PKA 754.
Y'all see that brown Hermione?